Okay, it's 1:30. Can we settle down and begin? Okay, meeting is officially called to order. Will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Present.
Commissioner David,
Present.
Commissioner Gossick Sideman,
Present.
Vice Mayor Bobby is not here yet, Mayor Hillman,
Present.
Town Manager Labadie,
Present.
and Town Attorney Tercivia.
Here.
I can see him,
Present
but we
via
didn't hear
Zoom.
him. He's here.
Oh.
Okay, can we stand for the pledge, please?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I assume that Vice Mayor is coming. I understand that the traffic on A1A is all backed up like Times Square. I guess because of the construction, so I'm sure he will be joining us shortly. We'll move on to additions and deletions and approval of the agenda. I have a couple of additions I'd like to make to the agenda. The first is a discussion on COVID-19 vaccines, an update on the possibility of getting it here at Highland Beach. That's obviously new business. I suggest we put it at the very start of new business, though. So maybe we make that 1A. Everybody in agreement on that?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, we will make that double A.
Double A, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. The second is I'd like to have a discussion on the documents that are given to the commissioners in preparation of the meetings. This is what brought it to my attention. 400 plus pages is a bit of a overload. So I'd like to just discuss it on how we might make some adjustments in the future. Where would we like to put that? Anybody have a suggestion, Marshall?
You put at the end of new business.
At the end of new business, okay?
Mayor,
Yeah,
it's over here. Hi. Along with that, if we could include the deadlines for the documents, which Linelda and I briefly discussed per 2 meetings ago. Just
sure.
fold
So
it into the same
timing as
conversation.
well, but that
Yes,
is
sir. Please.
excellent.
We could just cover everything. Thank you.
Sure.
So for the public and for the record, that would be considered item 11E.
Okay. And we'll just call it documents for commissioner meetings.
Agenda documents, if I
Yeah.
could. Thank you.
And that would be including timing. Okay. Does anybody have anything else they want to add? Okay, call for a motion to accept the agenda with the 2 additions.
I move that we accept the agenda with the 2 additions.
I second.
All in favor, just say aye.
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 Okay, presentations and proclamations, we have none. Public comments and requests, non-agenda items. Okay, we have
We have 2.
nothing that are non-agenda items, correct?
We actually, it's agenda. It should be non and agenda items. We actually have 2 in the audience here.
Okay,
2 gentlemen, Margarita and John.
okay, Margarita, would you like to go first?
For the record?
Hi, I'm Margarita. You can call me Maggie Chapelier. I sent you all an email a couple hours ago regarding a cause that's very important to me. And it makes up 3 things. One of them is. safety-
Excuse me,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
would you just wait a minute? We're going to try to silence the outside noise.
Oh,
between that and the mask, it's hard to hear you.
Sorry. Is it okay if my husband who lives with me?
Of course.
Okay, come on. Because he's with me on this. Okay, there's 3 issues that John and I are concerned about as a member of the Highland Beach community. One is manatees. Second is the safety of the residents that live right near the intercoastal, and property damage caused by boating on the intercoastal that exceeds like 30 miles an hour. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about are manatees. We have manatees on Bel Air Drive constantly and in Belido. In fact, I have a picture, a video of one I took just the other night. And across from where we are in Bel Air, there's the sanctuary. And I looked up information on the sanctuaries, and it says it is a 43-acre wildlife and bird refuge. And there's a lot of manatees that live there. So the next thing I did was, I did research on what it would take to slow boats down in Highland Beach. So I looked at the Palm Beach County Manatee Protection Zones, and I noticed that there's a lot of it going up and down the intercoastal from Boca all the way to Delray. Linton, when you go north of Linton, there's the same slowdown zone. Like I said before, the sanctuaries is right across from Russell Drive, Bel Air Drive, Highland Beach Drive, and there's a lot of boat traffic that's going like 30, 40 miles an hour. Not to mention your poor library that's getting beat up. They had to put in a, what do you call that thing? Like protect. Yeah, I've noticed that. Also, when you go south of Yamato, heading towards Boca, there are several slow speeds that John and I are boaters, so we are very aware of this. So I included that in my email to you all. Also, the purpose of this conversation is to create a much needed manatee zone in Highland Beach to slow down boaters going through our area that endanger the manatees found along the waters and canals on both sides of the intercoastal. There are many Palm Beach County manatee protection zones already in place north and south of Highland Beach, and this restriction will address not only the wildlife concern, but the safety of the people who are waterboarding, I guess it's called, and canoeing in our area. I see people paddle boats constantly being swamped by boats. Many residents along the ICW would welcome the slowing down of boats due to the climate change, which is causing excessive flooding in our area due to the king tides. And when you have the king tide and then you have the boats going 30, 40 miles an hour, it washes into our backyards and our swimming pool, which I have videos of I'd love to share with you. There's also incidents of large boats speeding down the intercoastal, causing enormous wakes that have led to many near misses from people getting hit on the intercoastal by boats. I've seen that, little boats getting hit by big boats. So my research, I found that there are laws in place to create the zone. What I'm asking for is a Florida, based on the Florida Manatee Sanctuary Act, refuge. It's the least restrictive of them all. Basically, manatee refuge are areas where certain waterborne activities are restricted to prevent the taking of one or more manatees. Just slow down the boats. I'm not asking you not to be able to go boating. Of course, you can't stop it. It's the intercoastal waterway. So to start the process, it's with you. Local government ordinances. So local governments can establish a manatee protection zone through the adoption of a local ordinance. And that's why I'm here today. These zones must be approved by the Florida U.S. Fish and Wildlife Commission. And then it goes after that. And the rationale for reducing the vessel speeds is to reduce, what they're concerned about is the manatees, the safety of the manatees. I'm concerned about 3 issues, not only the manatees, but the other things I mentioned, property damage from all those big wakes rushing down the intercoastal. And the other one was the property damage, the king tides,
And just the danger to small boaters. If you're out there in a 14-foot Boston whaler,
which we are.
and you get passed by a 50-foot high-speed yacht doing 20 knots, they put up waves that are 3 feet. Excuse me. They put up waves that are maybe 3-4 feet. and they just swamp those boats. Paddle boarders don't have a prayer. And you wouldn't see a canoeer out there unless he was suicidal. So between the three things, the property damage that she mentioned is incredible. It's now, the waves are coming because of the higher tides. Almost everyone on Bel Air, Russell, they've raised their seawalls, but even with that, we have waves that come down there now from these big boats that will actually come up underneath the docks, and you see the water spray up through it, or they'll go into your yards and actually go into your swimming pools. This is different. I mean, I've lived in Highland Beach for about 30 years, and we didn't used to have this number of big boats. People just didn't have 60-foot yachts and 70-foot yachts. And now the boats are just too big to be going unlimited speeds. They need to be slowed down, or else it's tearing up the seawalls, it's tearing up the boat docks, it's killing the manatees, and it's endangering any small boater who wants to use the intercoastal. Both of our neighbors, Boca and Delray, have already done it. And I'm just asking Highland Beach to join us or join them in the effort.
It's already up and down the intercoastal. We're the last people. And the fact that the sanctuary is supposed to be a wildlife refuge, which is not really a designated state of Florida park, but that's where they're living.
There and in Bolito, and
that little
Bolito
lake in
Isle, that
Bolito.
little lake in there, there are quite a few that go in there. We see them at night sometimes or in the afternoons.
So I'm willing to help you all and do a lot of legwork, do a lot of research. I'm pretty good at this. And take us through the process. I'll make the phone calls. I'll work with one of the commissioners. I would love to do this. Long time ago in the 80s, I worked with one of the commissioners that's not here. In the old days, Highland Beach had these big for sale signs. I actually, with the help of this gentleman, we got him to make smaller signs like they have in Coral Gables. So this is not my first time wanting to help the community. I was part of that back in the 80s.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll,
I gave you my contact information on the internet when I sent you that.
okay, and you sent the email to all of
All
the
of you, every
commissioners?
one of you with
Okay.
the attachments I read.
Okay, we hear you, and what you're asking for makes a lot of sense,
Good.
but it's also a slowing the boats on the intracoastal between the north and south borders of Highland Beach is a task that has been looked into before, unfortunately, not to the end results that we all wanted. Doesn't mean we can't look into it again. So somebody will get back to you. Okay, thank you for bringing it to our attention. Is there a second person? Oh, you were just there together. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. On to board vacancies. Board of Adjustments and Appeals has 2 vacancies. Financial Advisory Board has 1. Natural Resources has 1 upcoming vacancy. Planning Board has 1 vacancy. Certification of inadequate attendance of the Natural Resources Board for a member is going to be dealt with. Upcoming meetings and events, January 12th, Code Enforcement Advisory Board meeting, January 18th, Town Hall is closed in observance of Martin Luther King Day. January 19th is the next commission meeting, and January 28th is the next Financial Advisory Board meeting. We have a board action report, which is, I didn't not put the page number down for that one, so let's go hunting.
That's on page 27.
27? Thank you. Okay, this was from the Financial Advisory Board. Yes, I remember this. The motion that was made from the chairperson Stern was for the presentation that was made for the water and the water financial study or presentation that was for the one that covered all of the required costs. Actually, he proposed that both studies be looked at by the board and for them to determine whether they wanted the one that covered all of the costs or the one that was short the $90,000. And the board voted unanimously to go for the one that covered all of the costs. The proposal also included that the commission look at the work that was being done by Member Moore, who is here with us today. And we will be looking at that during this meeting. So the motion was basically to either go with the one that covered all of the costs or the one that Member Moore is going to present today. So I don't know that there's any further action other than we take a look at both. Okay? On to the next. The next is ordinance 2021-01, which is the elevation provisions. This is the second reading. The ordinance was advertised as ordinance number 20-006 on 12/26/20. It could be found on page 30. I'm going to leave this over to our esteemed department head, if you will take it from here, Jeff.
Sure thing. Thank you. This ordinance is an ordinance of the town of Highland Beach, Florida, amending code of ordinances, chapter 30 zoning and chapter 6 building and structures to eliminate redundant provisions relating to finished floor elevations and to reference the base flood elevation for the height of seawalls, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict and providing for severability and codification for providing an effective date. This was the one where we had a lot of redundancy, and the main focus here that I think a lot of the elected officials had was concerning the seawall height. So if I just go over the summary really quick, see if anyone has any questions. And this is chapter 30 and chapter 6 of the town's code of ordinances. Well, actually, that's what I just read. So there have been no changes or recommendations from the first reading. And I am just recommending approval of the ordinance number 2021-001 on this second and final reading.
I had a question on page 41, and I just didn't pick it up the first time.
Okay.
And it deals with the riprap. It basically, requires riprap on all of the seawalls moving forward, new construction. And the reason for it was wave energy, which made a lot of sense to me. However, there's not much wave energy on the canals, particularly as you move into the canals. And there isn't any wave energy when you're in the marinas. And I didn't pick that up. We went through the first reading and all the discussions. So why would one need that if you're in the canals? I mean, certainly you need it on the intercoastal. But when you get into like our side streets and into the canals, why would that be necessary?
I don't know why it would be necessary. That would be more of an engineering question. But I'm unable to find this on page 41 with the reference because I want to make sure that this isn't specific to the Intracoastal Waterway.
It's to both, and
Oh.
it says it's at the engineer's discretion. So most likely when we send that for review, the engineer will pick up when it would be necessary or not necessary. And I know that the Army Corps does require this on many of their approvals when they're in it. So when you get deeper into those canals, the Army Corps comes off of their permit requirements. And when we send it for our review with Dr. Jenkins, he would take a look at that to see if it would be appropriate. So it is a discretionary item based on that engineer's call.
First of all, possibly I wrote the wrong page number down. Okay, so, because I'm not finding it on 41 either. So,
It's
You're
Oh,
making
here
me
it is.
feel better.
it's 128B
B,
at the
yeah,
bottom
there
of
it is.
41.
All seawalls. Oh, wait a minute. It does say on the intracoastal.
Yes.
Well, that answered my question. I didn't even need it. Thank you.
Jeff, are we allowed to make regulations that are more restrictive than what the state has?
Yes,
Yeah, I would think so. Just
Yeah, I
like,
know we can't make them any less restrictive.
correct.
But we can have them more restrictive. All right, then there was one other thing on page 38. It's 38, you go down, it's number 4, so it's about halfway down the page.
Exceptions to building height?
Yes, and there are no exceptions listed, so why would we leave something open like that? I mean, that just seems to me to give somebody a space to plow a truck through if you don't name anything. Could we possibly just reserve that section for future exceptions?
I believe, didn't we discuss this last time? And this isn't all in, the sections here aren't all inclusive. And there's a continuation of this that actually addresses what you're asking about. But it's just not on our paperwork because it's not all inclusive. This is just
Okay,
the specific
so-
changes,
Okay,
right? So that section is already addressed.
okay. Yeah, because I don't like to leave something hanging like that.
Okay.
It gives too much leeway for challenging. Okay.
okay. Anybody else have any questions? No? Peg?
No,
You
thank you.
good? So are we ready to accept it as written? Jeff, anything else?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good to go? We need a motion then. It's the second reading, so if we approve this, it's done.
Yeah, where's the number?
The numbers aren't on first.
Wait a minute, John's still looking, so it'll take some time.
I don't see where the number is at.
It's 20-00.
Are you talking about the ordinance?
Yeah,
Yes.
the ordinance number.
It's 2021-001.
Okay.
So on the second reading, I would move to accept the ordinance 2021-001 as edited. I guess would be the way to say it.
Okay, we'll need a roll call on it, as it's
Yes.
a second reading and final.
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Present?
Commissioner David,
Yes.
Commissioner Gossett Seidman,
Yes,
Mayor Hillman.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
Yes,
okay, well done, Jeff.
finally.
Let's move on now to ordinance 2021-002. This is administrative amendments, second reading. This is the ordinance was advertised as ordinance 20-007. It was advertised on 12/26. It can be found on page 45.
All right, this one is the ordinance for the town of Highland Beach, Florida, adopting the administrative amendments to the 7th edition, the 2020 version of the Florida Building Code, providing for the repeal of all laws in conflict and providing for severability and providing an effective date. We don't actually have a choice on the adoption of the code. It's automatic and it's already in place. But we have to amend and create our own Chapter 1 administrative amendments, which we did, and we had the first reading. The one that we currently have is 10 years old, and it missed 3 code cycles somehow. And now I am, like the last one, just recommending approval, as this is the second reading. And there's copy of it in case anyone has any questions. I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions.
It's open. Anybody got anything? No?
I move we accept ordinance 2021-002 as presented.
I second that.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner David,
Yes.
Commissioner Gossett Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Yes.
and Mayor Hillman.
This one was too easy. Yes.
Good.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. All done. Let's move on to the proposed ordinance modifying construction work hours. This can be found on page 87. You gonna say something? No?
Waiting to jump in and walk you through the changes.
Oh, okay.
This is a
This
fun
is
one.
on page 87, and I'll turn it over to Marshall to walk us through changes.
All right, so at our last meeting on the 15th, we had a very good discussion, and we suggested some additional changes. One in kind of more of the formatting and how we presented the holiday exceptions and what work can be allowed on Saturday. We clarified that. And the most substantial change that you will see on here is the ability for property owners holding a valid permit may seek relief from the restrictions imposed by the ordinance from the town commission only. So they would have to make a written request to the town clerk explaining what it is that they're requesting and why they're requesting it. We'll send out notices to everyone within 300 feet. So those that are most impacted by those changes in constructions would know that there is going to be a meeting. And then the commission has the ability to make any type of relief that is being sought in whole and partial and or to deny such requests when it comes before you. So those are the changes that you see in there. The other big changes were more on the upfront part of it, where we talk about building or structures that requires a permit. We had a very good conversation, and Jeff had a very good conversation, led that conversation, that it's those projects that require a permit that are regulated by this ordinance. If you don't need a permit, this isn't the ordinance that covers it. This is when you have a construction permit that we're talking about. So things that are outside of that, that don't require permits, those activities can occur so long as they don't violate the noise ordinance provisions in the other sections of our ordinance. So this really only applies to those projects that have a building permit in place. And then we just, a resident had suggested some language change on how we present work on, Saturdays following these holidays. So we just kind of restructured how we presented that data, made it a little bit cleaner. So I appreciate Mr. Clement's suggestion. That did make it sound better. And then the last thing is we moved up the start time by a half hour because it was a 7:30 start, and then people were concerned that they get to show up a half hour early. That's 7. It might be just a little bit untenable. So you guys decided to move to 8. So those are all now reflected in there. We did not do a first read last time with edits because there's a whole new section that was to be added. So that's before you today is the first read.
Okay. Let's walk it through. Start with John.
Well, I think it's well-written. I mean, we could wordsmith this all day long. The fundamental issue is, do we allow this to happen? And I believe that, not to be redundant with past comments, but the fact is Highland Beach would continue to be unique along the barrier islands on being so restrictive. So I don't see the need for the restrictions, especially when it's for a very small area. In the case of Bellito, I went down there myself and inspected. There's 3 homes that are under construction. They're large homes, no question about it. But the outside structures are up. So the major work is already done. There are only 3 other vacant lots. So now you're into basically scraping existing homes and rebuilding. I don't see that being a nuisance as much as anywhere in Highland Beach. The fact is the town has to grow. We have to recognize the interests of not only residents in place, but also new residents that don't want to have to bear the expense because of noise when either you have the noise in a short period of time or a long period of time. It's kind of like, pay me now, pay me later. Either way, you're going to end up with whatever noise is going to be needed to do what's necessary for the construction of these facilities. So I think it's time for us to move on, to go forward with this kind of a, how should I say, it's a very carefully written relaxation of the ability to construct on Saturdays and during the week. And if there is a problem going forward, then we can take it up and make, an adjustment, a change, or whatever. We're not saying this is so let it be said, so let it be written in stone. We will be responsive to the neighbors, to the residents, but we must also be responsive to our new residents and neighbors. So I see it as very positive.
Okay, excuse me, before we move on. I missed, we have 2 people that wanted to comment on this on Zoom. So let me bring them in before we continue with more commissioners, okay?
Very good.
Can we bring in Carrie Borg, please?
Would you want Carrie Borg or Stephen Parks?
Carrie Borg, please.
Carrie Borg.
Ladies first. I guess I did that backwards because Mr. Parks registered first, but I missed that, so let's go with it.
Oh, can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Okay, I'm not going to start my video. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for video, but
Okay.
thank you. I think I had a comment maybe read in the beginning of the meeting. I didn't get in on time because I'm actually in a different time zone. I'm just concerned that we already have an issue on Saturdays, for example, where people are doing construction when they shouldn't be, and it's very hard to get them to stop. No one wants to fight with their neighbors. You don't always want to call the police. And I think Highland Beach is unique in that we had this ordinance and oh shoot, sorry. And by allowing construction on Saturdays, even with the caveats, I know at least in our building, and there's always construction going on along the beach buildings because they're all old now. It's a big problem, and it's really affecting our peace and quiet. So I would not allow construction on Saturdays. I don't think you should change that.
Where do you live, Ms. Burke?
I live in Ocean Terrace North, which faces the ocean, and it seems like there's construction on A1A facing the ocean. There's construction all the time on these buildings because of their age, and we are constantly being bombarded with noise from construction. And now if we open the door to Saturdays, people were already sneaking in to do construction on Saturdays, and it's always a big brouhaha. And so now if you allow it with caveats, I think, as I said in my public comments, which I guess were probably read, I love contractors. I used to be in the construction business, but they'll always find a way to do their work, even if it's causing, grief to those around them.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's move on to Mr. Parks, please.
Mayor, Mr. Parks is on.
Okay. Good afternoon. You're on, Stephen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you very much for inviting me to make a comment in regards to the subject. I wanted to address the Commission in regards to the overall subject of the construction work hour restrictions. I think it's incumbent upon you to balance the interest of all residents of Highland Beach. I know you know that for a fact because obviously you're doing the best you can. And frankly speaking, I heard Commissioner Schumacher's comments earlier, and they pretty much echo my feelings regarding, as a resident of Highland Beach, regarding the actual construction work hour requirements. I'd just like the Commission to be cognizant of the fact that there's competing issues here in regards to expenses and the need to have construction completed quick, more readily or faster than slower in regards to the properties you're actually going to control. I think the Commission is obligated to look at the overall circumstances we have in Highland Beach regarding the limited number of properties under construction and the fact that by basically handicapping contractors and facilitating what amounts to being additional time on projects, you're doing more of a disservice to the general community than you are to the individual residents that happen to be, unfortunately, neighboring the properties that are under construction. I also think the Commission has to take into consideration that completing the construction and providing us with additional properties that are now taxable provides an additional revenue stream for the city, which obviously would be a town rather, which would obviously be a benefit. The faster we get these projects finished, the faster we get people moving in, the faster the valuation then becomes part of our overall tax base. So there's every reason in the world to want to facilitate the construction to go faster and to give whatever generalities you can to these contractors to complete. I also think that we have to consider the unfortunate circumstances we face with COVID-19, where a lot of contractors can't put crews as often as they can on properties normally. They can't combine individuals. They can't put a finishing crew in with a plumbing crew because obviously COVID-19 would encumber that. Now, the opening up of the Saturday work hours is an extraordinarily beneficial matter for us. And the fact that you open it up with less concerns over what they're doing inside that property is of a great concern to me. Obviously, I don't endorse or suggest you bring in heavy equipment, bulldozers, heavy contracting equipment and so on Saturday. That would be an inconvenience to the individuals and their peace of mind, of which I'm one of them. But I do think that it's actually, if you look at page 91 or whatever, or 90, which basically suggests anything which can cause noise would be barred under your current ordinance or your protection is kind of a very generalized concept and something which would obviously create a situation where the town would be burdened with what is a noise disturbance or what isn't a noise disturbance. Contracting and construction itself, whether it's interior or exterior, is by itself, by its nature, noise requiring. Putting a roof on someone's building requires construction and compressors. And I think the town has to take into consideration the benefits versus the issues that may come up as a result of that. I'd like you to be broad-minded about it in line with, again, with Commissioner Schumacher. Realize that opening up the Saturday work hours is definitely a plus, but even broadening the ability to do that work on Saturday and expanding the opportunity for contractors to do what they need to do to get these properties finished is even a better benefit for the town overall. Thank you very much for taking my comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. I guess you're coming back on later as well, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we look forward to hearing from you then.
Thank you very much.
Okay, for you, Evelyn.
All right. I agree with Commissioner Shoemaker that I think that this is, all right, starting backwards. this restriction on Saturdays really is only 2 years old. And I have a real problem with the fact that people who have already completed constructing their homes are now complaining about other people who want to construct a newer home or do renovations bothering them when they already bothered somebody else. So there is an element of fairness involved here as well. I think that we compromised. We didn't open Saturday hours up to anything and everything. I think the answer is unreasonable noise. It's not no noise. There's going to be no kids playing in the street creates noise. So it's not that it's barring any noise, but we say, you know, heavy equipment, heavy unloading of goods, no cement, no, you know, all of those things that create an unreasonable amount of noise on a weekend. But I think that we should enact this as it's currently presented.
Peggy, on to you.
I'm against this, and you all know that the last 4 meetings, but I need to present some other comments today, if that's okay, so that we all can be listening to them.
Certainly.
Couple of big issues, and one is that this came up over the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks. In fact, this bulldozer, and I'll copy everyone on it, was operating for several hours on Bel Air Drive. I had 3 complaints from residents. It was a Saturday. I said, call the police. It was allowed to operate, was removing a tree stump for many, many hours during the Christmas, Hanukkah, New Year's break. Nothing could be done. It went on for 3 hours roughly. So what do we do about bulldozers for landscape work? That is noise. It is not technically construction. I think we need to address that. Either way, it needs to be talked about. The next item is St. Lucy's Church is against Saturday construction for 2 reasons. One is the church a few years ago, which was rectified by Chief Hartman, and I think possibly Mr. Labadie had just come in, was asked to cease ringing its bells because it bothered neighbors. So they turned down the bells and then they turned off the bells. And so, okay, so they cooperated with town and residents. And then St. Lucy's Church, and this is from Maureen Winkler, the manager of the church, St. Lucy's offered its parking lot to alleviate the ridiculous parking that was occurring for the last 8 years on A1A for construction. And it allowed the construction people to park in the church parking lot. That's why there are gates that were installed on the church to monitor parking and persons coming into the church off hours. And if we open work on Saturdays, quiet or not, where are A1A workers going to park? Because the church is busy on Saturday. There's a 3 o'clock confession, a 4 o'clock mass, and it holds weddings and many other services on Saturdays. So they will not probably be able to open its parking lot for workers. I think we have to talk about that. Secondly, Christmas Eve in the initial parts of our discussions was supposed to be a holiday. Many religions and many variations of the Christian religion have Christmas Eve services and honor it. And all of a sudden it reappeared as not a construction, as being allowed for construction. Whereas our town offices are honoring Christmas Eve as a holiday, as did the state of Florida this past week, this past Christmas. So I think that might have just been a mistake on our part. Then we initially on November 5th, when we discussed this, talked about making Saturday quiet work, but the word quiet disappeared. So I don't understand why that disappeared. And do we need to identify what quiet work is? I looked up the town of Palm Beach and the town of Lighthouse Point, and they both have decibel levels for, of course, Palm Beach we know is very regulated and restrictive and heavy code enforcement, but they include decibel levels for landscape and construction work. And they have very fairly heavy enforcement, I'm told by 2 of my friends who live there. So I looked up our codes, and the only reference I could find a decibel level was just in the definitions that the impacts of noise, vibration, smoke, toxic matter, radiation, and other conditions do weigh in on construction, but there's no specific decibel level. So let me think that's about it for the new information. I don't know, someone wrote into a local column and said, do we need to regulate motorcycles, glass pack, mufflers on sports cars? I don't know. I think that's going too far, but I think we need to address landscape heavy machinery. And I think we need to discuss what we want to do about the church possibly not offering parking. Other than that, I still maintain that I would rather have had a survey. I personally am in favor of this ordinance, but I don't think the people are. And I wasn't elected by builders. I was elected by the people. Thank you.
Mayor, could I make additional comments?
Of course.
As a result of all of this, before you make it.
Go right ahead.
So I think Peggy's, Commissioner Gossett-Simon's remarks are, I mean, fair, but not relevant. This is focusing on construction during the week and on Saturdays. We're not talking about mufflers. We're not talking about other noisemakers, from leaf blowers to lawnmowers. We could, if necessary, talk about landscape ordinances and restrictions and all of that separately. But here today, we're trying to deal with, and for all the residents, all the condominiums, not just Bellito and those few that, you know, want to have Saturdays quiet. I come back to the point, this needs compromise. Somebody has to give. And what we're trying to do is not reward contractors. We're trying to help new residents or existing residents who are trying to build on their land or to renovate their property, having been very good taxpayers. So it's about time. Time is money. It's about delays help nobody. All it does is extend the period of time when you're going to have noise anyway. So we don't want delays. In fact, if anything, delays not only cost us more noise, cost the taxpayer more money for building, it also costs the town in lost tax revenue. You don't have, you know, occupancy. The other point is there are a lot of issues that we all have to deal with, including contractors, like weather and COVID and so forth, that delay, and we cannot anticipate all those other obstacles that get in our way. What we want to do is get in, get the construction done, and get out, so that we can have Paradise be quiet, but it's got to be, you know, what we want it to be. And so lastly, again, you're not doing anything more than paying now or paying later. I support the notion that most people in this town, I believe, want freedom to do the construction as we have edited and relaxed in a way that protects both sides. So I wanted to at least comment not only to the commissioners, but also to the those that wanted to participate in this, and I appreciate everyone and on Zoom for wanting to contribute. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, could I readdress Commissioner Shoemaker's comments just for the record with facts?
Of course.
Just so you all know, I actually did a count. Again, this isn't just about Bellito. It is not. It is about the whole town, but I haven't had access to the whole town via a survey, which I've requested to represent the whole town. Nonetheless, in Bellito, on one street of 31 homes, 15 homes have either been torn down and rebuilt or had heavy with more than 50% reconstruction renovation. On the other major street, 16 homes have been either torn down or heavily more than 50% renovated. John is right, there aren't very many lots left. There is a lot that has got plans in the making that will provide a fourth home on Bellito that is being constructed. This tear down and rebuild is going to continue on A1A side streets everywhere, and that is where we are getting our revenues granted. But I will also point out that it is not fair to say that Saturdays and longer hours will improve work, because I listed 5 homes 3 meetings ago, which took between 2 and 3 years to build when Saturday work was allowed and longer hours were allowed. And it just, people came and went, subs came and went. It went 3 years and 1 month for one house at 4230 Intercoastal. And then there was 2 years, 7 months at 4314 Tranquility. So Saturday isn't going to necessitate that builders are working in a better fashion. I'm just pointing that out. That argument doesn't hold for me. Maybe we need to have more, have an end day on the, have a limit on the amount that permits can extend for single family or multiple family homes. I don't know. So I just wanted to answer those comments. Thank you.
I have one additional comment, which is kind of general in nature. We have too many restrictions put on our lives. And I don't think that we should tie the hands of our citizens any more than is absolutely necessary. And it's not necessary to restrict Saturday hours. Every town up and down A1A has Saturday hours, and they live with it. They have the same types of people living there as we have. Why are we trying to hog tie our citizens and put them in a box? I just don't see the need to do that. Yes, we need ordinances, we need laws, but that doesn't mean that we have to become overly restrictive. And I think by prohibiting Saturday hours in this one area, at least, it's overly restrictive.
Okay. We've been beating this thing up, and I think we have to look also at the big picture. And the big picture, I believe, is a few things. One, I firmly believe that 5 people should not be sitting here and dictating to the population. I don't think that's our job. 90% of the population of the homes in our town are condominiums. And I don't believe we should be telling that 90% what they should and cannot do within their own buildings when it doesn't affect anybody else. I don't think that's our job. I don't think that's what a democratic society is all about. And I think it's totally ridiculous. That's not America. And it's presumptuous on our part to be doing that. If a condominium decides they don't want to do Saturday and Sunday work, they have a board of directors that are duly elected, and that board makes that decision. If they decide they want to do Saturday work, they should be able to do it. If they want to do Sunday work, they should be able to do it. I don't believe that we should be sitting here and dictating to them on what they can and cannot do. Not our job, period. If in fact they're doing Saturday or Sunday work and they're disturbing people outside of their venue, that's a different story. But if they're not disturbing others, why are we sitting here demanding what they can and can't do? It's wrong. And it's a major, major far reach for us to be doing that. So here we're sitting considering what we should and shouldn't do based on a decision that was made 2 years ago without considering 90% of the homes. There was no survey done back then, was there? No. It was a decision made based on what Bellito residents wanted and possibly the input from a couple of others. No survey, no consideration based on what the 90% of the condo dwellers wanted, and no look to see what the other towns are doing up and down the Barrier Island. So we stopped and looked to see, and you know what? We were very unique. We were the most restrictive town up and down the entire Barrier Island. And we found that we were damaging the ability of the residents to do their work. So like John was saying, and what Evelyn is saying, and Evelyn said it very well a couple of times, a compromise has to be made here. And I think a very, very good compromise was made. We extended the workday by 1 hour during the week and put in a quiet Saturday with less than a full day work. Pretty darn good compromise. And we're going to enforce it. Now, if it doesn't work, we'll change it. And we'll monitor it. And if there are problems with it, we'll make adjustments. And we have an excellent building department that's going to keep an eye on it, and an excellent police department that's going to keep an eye on it. And if we find contractors are abusing it, those contractors won't have the rights to do it. If we have a contractor abuses Saturdays, that contractor will not have the right to work on Saturdays. That's simple. And we'll be on top of it. And if we find Saturdays don't work, period, then we'll drop Saturdays. But let's give this thing a chance. And let's be big boys and girls here. And let's give it a go. I mean, I don't think it requires any further discussion.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, sir. In fact, I'd like to correct 2 statements you made that were not true. In 2018, when we enacted this ordinance, there had been no code officer for 8 years. And the feel of this ordinance was the construction without Jeff Remus and a full building department and without a code officer had been out of control for 8 years. And so, yes, I'm the only one up here who was on the commission at that time, remaining now. So I will tell you, we also surveyed all towns of equal size, including Lighthouse Point and Broward, Hillsborough Beach, and our neighboring towns all the way up to Palm Beach. We did review all of those codes. We stated at the time that it had been so out of control and no other town had ever gone 8 years with no code officer ever. And therefore we enacted these new, what you're calling restrictive ordinances, because we needed to get control back in the community until such time that we had Mr. Remus, Mr. Marshall, and a full building department. That was the spirit of these ordinances. With all due respect, that was where the people were coming from. And I'm not totally against this ordinance in the sense that there are some very commonsensical things about it. Whether quiet work works, I don't know, but you stated this is quiet work, but the word quiet disappeared out of it. So I am very open to seeing if it will work. However, I just don't feel the people want it in throughout the town. I have met no one other than the people who have written in and who are building who do want to allow this. But we'll see. Obviously, I'm on the losing end of this. I'm the outlier. We'll see how it goes. I'm with you on that. But there are these points that still are hanging. The bulldozer for landscaping, the church, the word quiet, Christmas Eve. I mean, they're hanging. So if it doesn't work, we will revisit it. But please understand, the ordinance was enacted with the best spirit and the best mindset that people could take, given the extreme situation that construction had been in this town for almost a decade. Thank you.
I'm not going to sit here and debate it with you. You made a presentation, I don't know, a month ago and showed us that it was clearly the Wild West back then. No question about it. And something had to be done. I'm with you 100% on that. And I think our vice mayor said it well. The pendulum went from here over to here. I'm just saying now it's time to bring it back into the middle. That's all. So
Are we ready for a motion?
I
Mayor?
think we're ready for a motion.
Please make a motion.
Okay. One statement first. Being unique is not necessarily a good thing if you're unique in a bad way. So don't keep using the word unique. Okay, I propose that we enact the ordinance of the town of Highland Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 12, construction sites of the Town Code of Ordinances to modify the permitted construction hours and adopt new regulations for construction activities on Saturdays, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability and codification, and providing an effective date.
I second it.
Need a roll call.
Yes, Commissioner David,
Yes.
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotzick-Simon.
With sincere respect to my colleagues who voted yes, I am voting no.
Okay, and Mayor Hillman.
And with sincere respect to my colleague who voted no, yes.
Motion carries 3-1. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. There is no consent agenda. Move on to, okay, now unfinished business is the water waste study. We've only been at this for an hour, so I don't think we need a break. So let's continue. Everybody comfortable? This is going to take some time. Okay.
Yep.
I think at this point, we probably should ask our colleague for her presentation so we can all get up to speed.
Oh, right.
And you all do have some additional information from her on the dais.
I'm sorry.
You do have some additional information from Ms. Moore that was placed on the dais.
Correct. I have it.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am here as a resident. This is my public comment. I live on in Bellito.
Well,
I-
excuse me. I think you're actually here representing the FAB.
I'm a little unclear about that.
Well-
I did not get to present this at the this
Well-
proposal that I'm presenting
Well,
today.
correct me if I'm wrong, Marshall. The FAB's motion, which was a unanimous vote, was for us to review your presentation.
Yes, and at the time, the proposal was a uniform base rate and a uniform tier structure that would apply to the single family and the multifamily class. What I have for you today is a fine tune of that, which actually has the specific rates by tier and the specific rate structure. I did not have that at the time. of
That's
the
okay.
financial. So I'm a little teetering. I'm not sure formally,
Well, I think you're fulfilling the motion that everybody voted on.
okay, great.
That gives you more credentials.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Excellent. I would prefer that. Okay, so
Can you hear
I,
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You
Yep.
can?
We can hear you. Robert? Can you hear us? No. Okay, let's make sure we're all together here. Mark, Robert?
I can hear you, Mayor.
Okay.
Let me
Get
see.
Robert.
Let me see if I can get him situated.
I can't get any volume.
I really do like it when it's not a town technical problem. I want to say.
I think it's the Russians myself. You're right.
No. Yeah, it's 100%.
Okay, we can hear you. Oh, he can't hear us.
I'll sign back in. All right, bye. Okay.
While we're waiting,
Well, I was thinking also, while we're waiting, there's a couple of things. One, Mark and Robert has reviewed Commissioner Moore's proposal, if you will. So if you want to go ahead and present to the commission, they've looked at the numbers
okay.
behind it, so they're comfortable to be able to, and Mark, can you hear us, right? Give us a thumbs up, right? He can hear us. Yep, so he's following along. He's crunched the numbers to kind of get a basic understanding. So Mark, Robert, and I did have a brief discussion yesterday about it.
Is that both? The one that's also been refined since the FAB meeting?
Yeah, every proposal
They
you've
have mine.
provided us, I provided right
Awesome.
over to them. So
Okay.
Okay.
while they're working their details out, we can make that presentation and keep going.
Okay, let's go.
So I was a little concerned when we were going down the path of having different base rates and different tiers and for the different classes, because as I was looking at this, I was trying to the data and how many units are single family, how many are multifamily, and then
So I can't get.
and then Marshall brought to my attention that it's not that straightforward. Things are put in to different classes for various reasons. So I think to simplify, I think it's important to have one rate structure, and that is achievable if we make more narrow tiers. So another factor is a key point of this. In addition to making a more simple structure, we also want to make it more equitable. I've heard you guys discuss making the rates more equitable, looking at the average cost per gallon that the customers are paying, how much each class is contributing to the revenues, things like that. So I also took a look at that. And this rate structure, in my opinion, and I'll show you later, the average cost per gallon within each of the class is much closer than than the current rate structure or any of the proposals that have been presented so far. So I think it is more equitable. I created a spreadsheet myself and I came up with my own revenue projections. And I think I've achieved it pretty much, but I am missing one piece of the information. And that was the distribution of gallons, which I have not received. Once I get that, I can really fine tune my projections, but I think
Would you
I'm pretty
repeat, what was it that you were missing?
It's the third item in my recommendation, which is the frequency distribution of bi-monthly water usage by class of customer. It's underlying the calculations and is the detail that I need in order to really fine tune. And then the other question I have about this whole forecast is the irrigation class. That's another piece of this that I don't know that it's been quantified. So that's another lingering kind of question. Yeah.
Irrigation class really doesn't apply to the water usage. Whether you use water in your home or outside of your home, a gallon of water is a gallon of water. The irrigation class comes into play on the wastewater side, where you shouldn't be charged for the wastewater going out for that water that has been used to water your lawn, because it's not part of the sewer system.
I hear what you're saying, but where it does come into play is we're trying to make a revenue target. So we want to make sure that we're quantifying the irrigation correctly, because we're trying to meet a revenue target. So we want to make sure that we're pricing the irrigation class correctly, so that we're trying to get 2.3, 2.4 million. And that is, I'm still a little fuzzy on how many meters there are for irrigation meters. We want to make sure we are quantifying that, because if it's not part of this is legitimate revenue that we haven't quantified. So therefore we can reduce the rates. If it's not quantified in here correctly, we have to increase everything in order to quantify it. So it's important in coming up with the forecast, because the forecast impacts the actual rates that we're using. Because if we don't get to that 2.4 million, we have to increase the tiers or the base rate or something. So that's why it's important. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to what my rating structure proposal is. So I'm proposing a flat chart. It's pretty, I think, clean. It's a $40 flat charge. And I'm recommending that we narrow the ranges. If you look at the South Florida water study, and if you look at like what all the other municipalities have done, most of them have much more narrow ranges. Like, so for example, I'm proposing the first tier to be between 0 to 10,000 gallons, and then 10 to 20, 20 to 55, 55 to 80, and then over 80. And when I listened to your comments about the original proposal, I got the sense that the discussion was leading towards the tiers are almost like penalties, and that, and I would just like to say that they're, especially early on, they're not penalties. That 0 to 10 and 10 to 20, 20 to 55 is important because of the distribution of how the water gallons are used in the town. So we have a lot of it, and early on there was a lot of discussion about the special characteristics of Highland Beach, and this exactly addresses the specific and unique characteristics of the town, which are, we have a lot of condos with a lot of units with a lot of low per unit water usage. And then we have another, set that are, between this 10 to 20, and we have this other set between 20 to 55. And we also have this flat charge. If you make the tiers, especially the first tier, too big, 0 to 25, 0 to 30, that is too big. And that is what causes the inequities between the classes. It's the interaction of the flat charge and the tiered rating. So I don't think you can really, I can understand where you guys are coming from. You're looking at this, you're thinking, oh, we're penalizing these people. It's not. It's a function of the calculations. It's a function of the water usage by class. So I've worked with the spreadsheet. I built my own spreadsheet, and that's exactly what's happening. It's the and you need the flat charge, because as we all know, we have fixed costs that we have to absolutely cover. But we want to comply with the South Florida Water Management District rules, which is they're basically saying you have to have a tiered structure where you're increasing the cost for usage. And I've heard it said, well, each additional gallon of water doesn't really cost us much, but that's not the issue. I mean, we have to charge for flow. So this, and I have lots of data that I can show you if you have specific questions too, I can dig in, but this flat charge of 40, the tiers, the way that I have them, 0 to 10, and the rating, so the $2 for the first tier, 2.7 for the next tier, the 4.7, the 6.5, the 8.5, that gets us to the 2.3 or 2. I'm not exactly sure, it's somewhere around there, that revenue target that we're trying to get to. We can achieve that with this rate structure and then still have much more equitable contributions by class. And then the irrigation class, it's very similar to what was presented by Raftelis. And then the wastewater is the same proposal by Raftelis, which is the 2877 flat charge, and then the 234 up to a maximum of 30. So the only thing that I'm really presenting that's a change is the water charges for the residential, the multifamily, and the commercial. And the key here is just uniform, the same. And then this way we don't have to deal with who goes in what class. Everybody goes in the same class. I think that will also prevent conflicts going forward, as to, where people fall. So I'm on this yeah, you guys are on it. Yeah. So I'm on my 4-pager. So if you go to the second page, the chart, the orange and blue stacks, the leftmost stack represents the current rates. So the average cost per gallon, that the single families are paying are the $4.72, and the multifamilies are paying the $6.25. So that's a gap of $1.53. The most recent, I think you guys were trying to close the gap by reducing that base charge, but it's still a gap of $1.42. But if you adopt this uniform plan that I'm recommending, it's actually a gap of only 68 cents. So it's a much more, what I would consider equitable.
Can we back up for a
Yes.
second? How much revenue is produced in each tier?
In total for the single family.
Grand total revenue per tier.
Okay, so single family and multifamily, the base charge gets us about $1 million.
How much?
$1,024,000. I
1024.
have a chart if you guys want.
Oh,
it.
yeah, that'd be
I
fine.
printed it out for you guys. And again, this is subject to that distribution that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. If I had that distribution, I could really fine tune it. I don't know if you want me to touch. Sorry, I'm touching it.
That'd be great. I was really looking to see what's at risk in the highest tiers.
The other thing, so what this does also, the biggest percentage increase in the bills will apply to the users with the most amount of flow that fall into the upper tiers. But I'd also point out, we received from a prior meeting, some estimates on because now it's part of the tax and now it will move out of the tax. So because the users in the highest tiers, they have the highest assessment, taxable value, they're going to see the biggest savings when it comes out of the tax bill. They're going to see the biggest increase in the water bill. So I think it makes sense from that perspective, is that it better matches how the tax rates will impact residents.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'll go through this table that I just handed out to you. So I tried to color code it for you. So on the right-hand side, there's a column called total revenue. So the base charge generates $1,024,000. The first tier generates the $266,000. You guys are seeing where I'm reading, right? And then 316, 186, 239, 262 for about 2.3 million. From some of the previous communications, I pulled the revenue target was 2.3 million. I got that from some of the previous materials that were circulated. So I basically in this spreadsheet, I'm just plugging in different tiers to try to get that target. So as you can see, I'm about $4,000 off, and that, if we have some customers that use more water or whatever, or use less, we're going to be off a little bit. And I think we had already discussed that we are going to have to monitor this on an annual basis to see how, what type of revenues we are achieving, and we'll have to adjust.
Yeah, it's a lot of the single family revenue. It's what, 44% is sitting in the top two tiers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, as a percent of total, not so bad.
Right.
It's marginally bad and marginally risk.
Right. Right.
Of multifamily, it's a no-brainer, but we're looking at over $400,000 here.
Because is it your concern, Mayor, that if they start to cut back on water,
Yeah,
that,
Yeah, I didn't complete the thought, but where I am.
I mean, it's really, are the habits going to change? We don't know. But there's 20% that is 20% of the flow is in that tier. So,
Yeah, I mean, one can take a different view saying, look, if they cut back by 20%, it's 20% of 400,000. It's not the end of the world.
Right, right,
They're not going to drop it. Everybody needs
Right.
water.
right,
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know enough about those properties, like what they're using this water. If it's a leak, you would think that they would fix it. But if it's something with their habits,
Yeah.
I don't know what,
Nobody
then
knows.
it's likely that it won't change. Their water consumption wouldn't change.
Yeah. Our assumption is these are some very, very high-end properties that owners don't even know, their management pays the bills, et cetera, et cetera.
And that they will require this water usage going
Yeah,
forward,
but
yes.
we don't know.
Right,
But again, we're dealing with what, $420,000 here. If they cut back 10%, it's $40,000. Not everybody's going to hit it.
right.
So, okay, at least this answered my question. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
So I have a question, Mayor.
Yeah.
First of all, it's impressive that you've gone forward to do all this
Oh,
homework.
it's excellent work.
I mean, this is driving us crazy because you can look at these numbers as I have here,
I know.
spreadsheets galore.
I know.
But with your approach, which again, I commend you for, on a level of detail that honestly is hard to take in just a few seconds here. But I get the impression that your main attempt was to smooth out the figures, smooth out the charges, narrow the tiers, maybe at the expense of single-family residences, but offset by the effect on their taxes. And that you added another level to the tier for the low-end user.
Yes.
Doesn't that kind of complicate it a little bit more, especially as we send out these bills?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. I think
Not
it
at all.
simplifies it. It does simplify it.
And in your view, how does it simplify it?
Because it's only one rate structure. We don't
Period.
have, period. This applies to everybody. And this is also, we can also point to the South Florida Water District study and say that this is very consistent with what their recommendations are. And we can, I think the message to the residents should also include the theoretical reduction in their tax bill, because I think that really,
Absolutely.
I mean, when you see that, when you send the message that the rates are going up, but don't include the change in the taxes, but I think if you put them together and you see that it's kind of similar, I think that it would really alleviate a lot of residents.
Doing one without the other definitely does not communicate the
No.
full basis for what we're trying to do here.
And the good work that we're doing. I mean, I think I really like that it's based on water usage, even though it doesn't cost any more for each additional gallon. I just think it's consistent across a lot of different things. And it's the more expensive properties that are ones going to be paying more for this piece of it, but they're also getting the biggest break on their taxes.
So on the issue that's kind of open-ended here is the number of meters that we don't have or may have for irrigation. How many do we have out there now versus how many residents will say, well, I've got to get a meter now, right?
So I looked at that because you had brought that up before about the incentive. Is everyone going to come and get an irrigation meter and save themselves that sewer? But what in Raftelis' proposal, which I think is really good, so the tier in the irrigation, if you look, goes from 0 to 55. So they're going to get that flat charge. And then they also have that first tier is 0 to 55,000 gallons, and it's at a 4.2. So I priced out the scenarios for a single family home. There really is not an incentive, because as a single family home, you're getting 1 meter, you already have to pay your sewer and your flat charge. So when you're basically paying that the $6.50 or the $8.50 for the additional gallons. It will take you a long time to even break even, because there's a cost to adding the meter just from the town. There's the cost from the plumber. And then there's not even that much savings, because you still have the flat charge, the $40 for the new meter. And then you have the $4 of the 4.2 per 1,000 gallons. So there really is not much of an incentive. And I think a lot of the condos already have irrigation meters. The condos with a lot of units, they're the ones that, might have the biggest incentives, but I think a lot of them already have the irrigation meters.
I don't know. The other thing I found very interesting here is 27% of the single family are 20,000 and under. I never would have guessed that.
So this is my guess. So this is what I don't have actual numbers for. So I did guess at that. And I think Raftelis can tell us what this actually is.
Oh, that's the distribution you guessed
So the
at.
29, so I think maybe the 27 is about right. I had to kind of
You're not going to be far off,
estimate.
are you?
I don't think I'm that far off, because there are certain points of this that I am certain of. Like I am certain of the 55%. I'm not exactly sure the split between the 10 and the 20, but yeah, I think it is about right. The 27, yeah, there's a lot of single families that are
Not using a lot of water.
that are not using, and that is because I think there's some that we think are multifamily, but they're really single family.
Yeah.
They're really in single
Well,
family.
yeah,
And that's why it's like
we
uniform section.
encountered that the other day,
Yeah.
some of the data that we were looking at.
Exactly.
It fits right in there.
Exactly.
Yep.
Because I was trying to reconcile numbers
interesting.
and I couldn't get it. And that's when Marshall's like, well, that's because, what you think of multifamily.
Okay,
do.
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, that's
Go
okay,
ahead.
because these are all the conversations we've had.
And I, just for grins and giggles today, I looked at some of the sample bills that we had and for the multifamily homes, and I multiplied using 39.25 as a flat fee times the number of units. And it turns out that their bills, substantially more than 50% of their bills is from the flat fee.
Oh, yeah.
So it does equalize out. I mean, it's higher here or it's higher there. It's not that anyone across the board gets a benefit. There are pluses and minuses on both sides.
Good point.
And I think that's a good segue to the third page. So when I looked at the sample bills, there's there's a lot of, at the low residential, they're basically using 5,000 gallons. And then there's a lot of multifamily at the 5,000. And then 13 was another point, and then 25. And then residential, if you looked at the average user, it basically ranged between 39 and 50 gallon. And then there was the high users, the 200 and the 500. So again, just to hammer the point about, the different rate structures for single family, multifamily, you're going to get single families and multifamilies with the same flow, but they're paying different bills. And I don't think that's very equitable. So I think that's a problem. But on here, yeah, you can kind of see this is pretty much the sample bills for all these key pieces. So the users at the low end of the spectrum, the residential users, the multifamily users that are using 5 gallons, and there's a chart that you can kind of see it on page 4 with pictures, might help a little bit better. But on the left-hand side of this chart on page 4, you can kind of see those low users. Their bills are pretty similar. It's like a $2 difference, but it actually goes down a little bit. They're the ones that are going to see the least amount of change on their tax bills because they're the ones with the lower values. And then the 13 gallon, I mean, I think we all need to kind of expect that rates are going up, right? We need a higher, so there has to be this expectation that, look, for most people, rates are going up. So for the 13 gallon user, residential or multifamily, if you look at my proposal, they're they're going to end up paying $127 where they were paying $112 now. And so that's an increase of 15. And I guess that's another thing I want to point out. We already had annual 3% increases.
Right.
So I don't want that to get lost either. I mean, yes, this is this is under the microscope this year, you know, but we've already had annual increases. And I think, you know, that's important for everyone to remember. And then the 25,000 gallon user, it's going to go from $152 to $195. But if you look at the tax savings that we're going to get, you know, it kind of makes sense. I know it's little, but this increase isn't, you know, that much either. And then
No. Come on. This is, you're talking about a bi-monthly increase.
right.
It's larger than what the tax savings are going to be.
But the tax savings, you know, we get year after year after year.
Yeah, and this is 6 times a year,
Right.
year after year after year.
Right.
There is a tax savings,
Right.
no question about it.
Right.
But let's not blow that out of
Right.
proportion.
Right. And, you know, we know we need increases. We've all agreed that we want a self-sufficient, you know.
You're preaching to the choir.
I know, but I know people are listening and I just don't want people to forget.
No, I
you know, all
also
these
don't
points.
want them to forget, but I don't want to deceive them either.
Right, for sure.
Okay.
Yep, I totally agree.
The advantage here, the way you've done this, is for the residential and multifamily has come together, as you say, therefore it's more fair for them. How would you characterize then the high user or average user condominium? You know, because it looks like it's fairly close.
Well, there's also a significant savings on this plan for the smaller user.
The smaller user, but
On
I'm
both
talking
sides.
about the high user
All the way
condos
around.
or mid-user
Yeah.
condos.
The,
There's no change for them,
not really.
but it
But
really
for the
is focused
small
on,
user, single family, significant
Yes.
savings.
yes, that's where it
And-
comes in.
And it shifts the burden more to the high-end user significantly.
And how do you think, Natasha, Raftelis, we're going to hear from them, but what's your impression of how they view this?
I would hope they like it. I don't know if I'm going to talk to them about it, but I think they were going down the path of the wider tiers from the direction of the commission. And I think the commission was leaning towards that path because I don't know that if you don't work with the calculations, you don't really see how the flat fee interacts with the tiers. So I think that's kind of how we ended up here. And why I kind of feel so strongly about this, because when I was working with the calculations and the data, it became very clear to me how important it is to have the small tiers. And that is how we get to the more equitable, which was, you know, one of the big reasons why we're even doing this. So I don't
Yeah.
know if we want to let them.
Let me add a couple of other things. Number one, great work. Thank you very much. Not only an excellent outcome, but we thank you for putting all the time and energy into it. But don't let her get a big head. This is her world, okay? And she's very accomplished at it.
Well, I wasn't sure if this was an interview for them. I mean,
No.
she could join them as a consultant.
But some of the benefits are obviously when you get your hands dirty with data, it starts to talk to you.
Yeah.
And that's basically what happened here. But the idea of a lower tier, Marshall was talking about way back, you know, we all talked about that. But then we went off of that idea and jumped to expanding and opening up the first tier. But what happens here is when you put in the lower tier, you benefit many more people. And when you shift more of the burden to the higher tier, I don't want to use the word penalizing, you're getting funding from the heavier users, which are less people, okay? Which was one of the objectives, no question about it. So we're benefiting those who are using less, and they're getting charged less for it. But there are more of them, so more people benefit from this approach also. Before we turn it over to our consultants, does anybody else have any questions of Natasha? No? Yeah.
This eliminates that $90,000 shortfall, is that correct?
My intent was to do the full revenue. And I guess I just need clarification on what that revenue target was. I thought it was 2.3 million. I'm not sure if it's 2.3 or 2.4. I can adjust the tiers a little bit to achieve whatever revenue target, we need to get, but it was my intent to do the full.
But I
And
would,
how would you change it going forward? Because we were looking at a 5-year process to get it completely self-supported.
So I guess one thing I would point out is the 5th year and the projections was only a 2.5% increase, and we've been increasing at 3%. So
Yeah,
really,
we wouldn't halt to 2.5.
so it was really just a 4-year projection than what we were looking at before. And then I guess what I would do is I would just, like we have been doing in the past, increase everything by whatever percentage increase we need. So in the past, we increased the base rate and the tiered rates by 3% every year. So if we need, I don't know, a 7% increase next year, increase the base charge by 7% and increase each of the tiers by 7%. And we can monitor this, to see how it goes.
Well, absolutely. We would have to
Right.
monitor the, quote, the performance against the projection, see how it works out. And then she has all the data, obviously, or Rob has all the data, depending on which way we go. And then we would make the modifications necessary. It's a living, breathing plan. That's all it is. It's a plan. So we'll have to make some adjustments one way or the other. Okay? Rob, we're going to pass you the ball.
Well, first of all, Natasha, thank you for all the hard work. There's a lot of things you said I agree with. And obviously, as we all know, as you adjust one item at the rate one way and one the other way, you get a lot of results, which obviously has been presented today. And first thing I can say about the rates as presented to you, excuse me, they will, we believe they will recover the revenue requirements that we had identified in the study, at least for the first year, without the increases thereafter. Just so you know that, I think that was one of her questions was, did they recover? We think they will. It's very close. So my hat's off to that as well. That being said, in terms of the rates themselves, either rate structure, we've talked about the water management district. I believe either rate structure will meet the requirements of having a conservation promoting rate structure. The one we had has less blocks. I think has a greater spread in terms of tiers, but both promote conservation. And so I wanted to make sure that we understand that. The second thing also, one thing we did not consider was any change in taxes to customers. Taxes are outside the utility system. You may lower taxes, you may turn around and raise them tomorrow for all we know. We did not look at tax savings as a benefit for how the water and sewer rates were structured, just so you're aware of that. Although they're in the year of a change, there could be a benefit. I don't know, because someone using 5,000 gallons may also have one of the highest tax bills on the island for all we know. And I do know that taxes and water rates aren't consistent with each other. Property values don't link to water use, and moving to a full enterprise fund approach as you're doing, I agree with that. I think everybody agrees with that. And that's one of the reasons why you're doing it, that you should pay for what you use and not tie it to your taxes. So we did not consider taxes. If you do put the two together, obviously those that are getting some tax benefit due to a change because of the shift of debt service that from their cash flow individually, they would see a difference. So we did not include that, just so you know. I have just a few concerns. I don't dislike the rate structure at all. We had talked at one time about lowering the first tier. I really call this a lifeline rate. It's way below cost. And it's there simply to shift and try to bring multifamily and residential together. There'll never be one, just by literally the fact of the fixed costs to the variable costs and how to recover. But it's a very low rate. What concerns me just a little bit are two things. And either rate will work. Any structure I think will work and promote the overall objectives you're trying to do, first of all. Is the first block is 0 to 10. That's a 5,000 gallon per month user. That is very typical, more of indoor use. My concern is I really like to see water and wastewater consistent. If our first block is representative of indoor use, then why doesn't the sewer rate also model that? And our initial structure several months ago was 0 to 20,000, a 10,000 gallon first block. That's a little bit on the higher end of indoor use, but we picked that 20,000 block originally because that linked to the wastewater cap for residential use. So we had consistency in our rates. We don't have that under this scenario. Not that we can't get there. There's not that we can't, but it's a little different. And I really like rate consistency. And if you look at all other utilities, those relationships have a lot of similarity to them. So we've deviated from that a little bit. And you may want to think about that, number one. The second thing is, I think it was mentioned earlier, I can't remember who said, I think it was you, Mayor, that there's much more emphasis placed on the upper end use. That is correct. Not only is the rate steeper, but the blocks, when you get to that last block, is also earlier. And that is putting some risk on the utility that was mentioned. I'm not saying it wasn't mentioned, it was definitely mentioned. That by having this tiered structure, you are putting more risk on the utility to the extent there's a lot of conservation. Obviously, you'll lose revenue, but as I think the mayor said, 20% of $40,000, if 400,000 is 80 grand. Can we live with it? Well, yeah, but keep in mind that's 80,000 probably every year thereafter. At some point, it's going to mean something to you. You may have the cash today, but over 5 years at 80,000 is closer to, to 400, 500,000, depends on what it is with interest. So it does accumulate over time. I am glad that we're trying to go full cost of service or full cost or revenue recovery, maybe a better way to say it, in this proposed rate as well as our rates. I really think you all should consider that because there's a lot of uncertainty, as we talked about earlier, going from, the tiered rates coupled with the volumetric rate for wastewater. So the more you limit that, the better I think you're going to be. And I know you're aware of that as you're making your deliberations. And those are the two things I do want to point out. We do agree with the relationships, multifamily to single family on what was presented. Again, it's driven by the lifeline rate. Keep in mind your average cost for water. If you just took the pure average cost, total dollars being recovered from the flow chart divided by the gallons is around $3.29 per thousand. And if you look at the rate, the first two blocks are below that, which I understand. That first block is pretty low. Our second block in our rates was above the average cost. We got there a lot quicker. And one of the reasons why we did that, we wanted to limit the number of blocks to 4 from 5. The average in the state ranges from 3 to 4 blocks. 5 is not uncommon either. I've seen that many, many times. But we got to the average cost quicker, and we didn't have quite as steep a curve. Also recognizing that as we move forward with rate adjustments, in the 5th year of the forecast, that the $8.50 rate will become like $11.50. It's going to be about 45 cents higher than planned to what we had given to you earlier. And again, that's not terrible. It just puts more pressure on the tail end that you have conservation. But the same token is the water management districts, want conservation. And the other issues I am hearing out there is they want to reduce per capita consumption. And of course, a higher excessive use block will definitely promote that. And in this case, the proffered rate discussed today has a higher water conservation incentive than when we had developed. I was concerned about that when we were designing rates, because it was quite a rate structure change, in terms of where they were a year ago, these customers, and where they're going to be next year and 5 years. It was a pretty large increase, as we all know. But again, that's really how much conservation you want to pursue. So we were trying to, when we were looking at our rates, especially to the first rate structure, we tried to link it indoor use to what wastewater caps as well. That's why we went to 0 to 20 originally, was try to mirror those versus the 0 to 10 and try to get that benefit. So, but I don't have a lot of anything else to say. I mean, they both will work. I don't disagree with the calculations themselves. But I'll open up for any questions. You may have also the base charge is higher than what we had recommended. I'm way okay with that. The base charge, I mean, we designed the base charge based on fixed cost recovery, and that was one of the vice mayor's issues. What is the fixed cost allowances? And we calculated that utilizing a base extra capacity analysis for water to get there. The $40, to be honest with you, does promote revenue stability. The more you get up front, as you guys know, that's revenue is guaranteed. That softens some of the block increase, the steepness of the blocks. Thank you. Sorry about that. And so that's something to think about. But overall, it's either structure will work. I think what we had proffered originally and what we still have today is not a inequitable rate at all. It's the issue about simplicity. Everyone pays the same rate. I don't disagree with that. However, many utilities have multifamily rates that are a lower ERC rate than the residential. Really, what has kind of happened is, instead of lowering the base charge, I think this was mentioned by Natasha, instead of lowering the base charge for the multifamily class, you implemented a lifeline rate 0 to 10 at $2 a thousand, kind of the same thing. And that's what's driving it. And it's absolutely right. They do relate to each other by the fact, they drive the overall revenues of the system. And if one is really below cost, you tend to, and most of the flows in multifamily are in that first block. Obviously, you lower the cost to the class itself, and that's what happened. And I don't disagree with what that was. Just so you know. So, but that's kind of our comments. There's not a lot. I mean, it's. I hope we get a resume from her. Very good job, Natasha. By the way.
I already have several full-time jobs, but
but anyway, but I don't have anything negative, really. There's nothing negative to say about those are the two concerns I have.
I guess I have a comment. I think it'd be easy to implement what Rob was saying. We could do the wastewater 0 to 20. I just didn't change it from their proposal. If we did wastewater 2877, 2.34 up to a maximum of 20,000, then it matches, it kind of is a little bit more consistent with the tiers. That actually will give us a little bit more money. It'll actually increases the revenue a little bit. So we could make that change, and then he'd be happy because it'd be a little bit more consistent.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely have you think about that.
I think that's something that's very reasonable to do. The other thing about like the first tier and, well, I guess the first two tiers that are actually less than 3.92 average. If you look at the water study, this is consistent across all municipalities that they, like if you look at all these municipalities, they're all small, that those first few tiers are less than, you know, the average. And it's because of that interaction of the flat charge. And then the other thing about the tiers, and they're going to get so high. I mean, Davy in 2019, starting at 20,000, the tier pricing was $11.25. You know, for 30 to 50, it was $14.56. If you go to Fort Lauderdale, above 20,000, it's $12.54. So, I mean, if you look at different municipalities,
Well,
yeah, we're like totally in there. So it's not out of line at all, you know, and it really does charge for usage, you know. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Can I respond to that real quick, if I could? I don't disagree with the blocks. I will tell you, Davie is nowhere like the town of Highland Beach. Their average use per customer there probably is 4,000 gallons. They are trying desperately to reduce rates. There's things going on there right now on how they're trying to reduce rates and change a lot of aspects of that utility that I cannot talk about. But that being said, they're not you. The second one, I can't remember. The second one was Fort Lauderdale is kind of the same thing, but they're different type of customers, different types of needs. I'm not saying those blocks aren't there. I'll tell you, there's no flow in those blocks either. And because we've done work for Davie, I've seen their bill frequencies, and there's not a lot there. So I think you can say that. I don't disagree with that, but keep in mind, I think the utilities and the revenue generation from these blocks are totally different. To say that also that all the rates are a lot lower than the average rate, I'm not going to disagree with that. Usually again, if you think about it, the amount of water use for residential, the average is 7,000 gallons in the state, and many utilities in South Florida are 6,000, not 25,000 a month. So there's a lot of, you got to be careful how we say that. I'm not saying that they don't underprice water in the first block. If you have a large inverted blocks, you got to get it somewhere, or you over recover. And I believe, and I agree with Natasha on this, is you have a revenue requirement to get. So if I underprice the first block, but had a incentive price conservation block in the last block, the goal is to get that average over time. I don't disagree with that, but I know a lot of utilities, they get to that average pretty quick because they don't want to lose money on the first block if they're only using 7,000 gallons a month per class. So I just wanted to kind of mention that. I don't disagree with what was said, but I do want to put a grain of salt on just a little bit if I could.
So Rob, we're obviously down to selecting one of two.
Which one did I pick?
Are this versus the last run that you did that generated full recovery for us. The 90% recovery has been rejected by our financial advisory board.
Okay, yeah.
And my sense is what I'm feeling from you is that Natasha's recommendation does have some risk at the high end that we quantified at a 20% risk or some $80,000.
Yeah.
Don't know if the 20% is right. That was just kind of a wag that I took on it. You know, it could be 10%, could be 25%.
Right, you're right. You don't know what you don't know. You're right.
Right. We have to keep an eye on it and watch it and make appropriate adjustments.
Agreed.
And the other thing that I'm hearing from you that you're not happy with on it is that it doesn't have consistency between the two segments.
And I agree. And I agree with Natasha. You can make that adjustment. I think she described it earlier, taking the 30 to 20, that block is there, and the water side, you'd raise the water flow charge to 276 or whatever it is.
Yeah, we can tidy that up.
I think that would be a really good move personally. And I'd ask you all to consider that.
Okay. The
rates are fine. I agree with the irrigation.
The other And by introducing, the low opening rate, it's essentially doing the same thing as the 90% on the first recommendation. So
Yeah,
we're
actually-
accomplishing the same thing with two varied approaches.
That's correct. That was what I was trying to say earlier. I think you said a little better than I did, but that was it. I agree.
Well, I have the opportunity to summarize, that's all.
And you're good at it.
That's why I'm getting the big bucks here.
So Mayor, can I
So
comment?
is it fair to say that you are comfortable with either approach?
Yes, I'm comfortable with either approach.
Okay. Is there a preferred approach in your mind?
Well, personally, I first of all, if you adjusted the wastewater, that would be really, I think that'd be good. We talked about that already. I personally would like to see the $2 a little higher, but I'm okay with it. I think you do need to monitor this rate closely. If you go here, I think more than anything, we need to make a decision and move. And I can live with the rate that she's designed it, with the tweak for wastewater. If we wanted to adjust the first block up some for a little bit more revenue stability, I'm way okay with that. But that being said, I think the real key here is we've got to make a decision and move forward if we want to get rates.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, sir.
I was also thinking about asking Natasha to increase the $2.
Okay.
What would you like?
And I'd like you to look at 220 or 210. 210 is a 5% bump. We're generating $1 million now. That would make it pick up another 50,000. Bit of a safety cushion against the high end where we're thinking we have maybe $80,000 risk. That would mitigate that risk.
Yeah.
If we went to 210. Natasha, how would you feel about that?
I mean, it's fine with me. I mean, I'm fine with it. I think it's a little unfair because I think it's going to hit the lower end users the most. and
Yeah, it is.
They're
It
not.
totally hit the low end
And
users.
they're not going to get as much of a benefit on the tax side as the upper end users. So when you made that comment about, okay, it's $50 every 2 months, it's $300 a year.
Exactly.
So I could look at my own,
No,
I'm.
That's exactly what it is.
So,
We're spreading it out over 6
Yeah,
payments.
but so the savings for that 50,000 gallon sample user is 230 so I look at myself, right? So I'm like an average user, I'm like the 50. So my water bill is going to go up $300, but my estimated savings is $230.
Well, here was my rationale for that, and I'm willing to negotiate with
Yeah.
you. Yes.
No, I'm not
Do we
really.
want to do that here?
Well, no, the reason was, I'm assuming that we have the largest population at that level.
Yeah.
We have the largest dollar value at that level. It's $1 million. Therefore, we can put in the lowest percent increase at that level.
Yeah.
Therefore, hurting people the least. It would also then mitigate the money we have at risk the best by hurting the least. So if we just went up 5% there,
We get an extra 13,000.
say it again, please.
We get an extra 13,000. And.
Well, no, you'd pick up 50 grand.
That's not what I'm getting.
No, I'm sorry.
Getting-
I'm
If
on
you
the
do,
wrong-
if you
I'm on
change
the
it
wrong
from
line. That's the total.
2.0 to 2.1, instead of the 266,000, it goes to of revenue, you get about 280,000
I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to pick up $50,000 more
somewhere.
from other than the top 2 tiers. And you figure
Somewhere
out a way to
other
do it.
than the top 2 tiers. I can do it in the upper tiers?
Right.
What do you mean by the top 2 tiers? So you're saying in the 0 to 20, you
In
want to
the
get
80,
$50,000 more?
in the lower tiers,
Somewhere in the 0 to 20? So they're 0 to 10, 10 to 20.
the 0 to 55. Because
Okay.
you've got the 80 and then you've got tier 4 and tier 5. So in tier 1 through 3,
Okay,
I'd like to pick up at least $50,000.
okay.
You put it where you think.
1 through 3. One thing you could think about is right now your tiers have different consumption block changes. 0 to 10, 10 to 20 are 10,000 gallon changes. But then you have this 35,000 gallon change. And I like to try to link this to levels of service. And then we drop to a 25,000 gallon change, and then anything over 80. If you look at what we had done, we tried to keep all the tiers pretty much the same under the assumption that each range is like a level of service per unit. We're giving you 30,000 gallons, say bi-monthly, for example, per unit. So if you want to get to the next block, it's like your second level of service. You pay the same range. I don't know if there's trying to get to what the mayor is trying to get to. Do you maybe change the range a little bit to the same?
Well, I have another solution.
All right.
Right, she's got a brainstorm here.
How
Yeah.
about we make the base rate instead of 40, 42, and we pick up the 50? Then everybody.
All you have to
pays
do
up.
is go $40.50.
No, we would have to change the base charge instead of $40 to be $42, and then we pick up the 50,000.
Oh, I see what you want. You want to grab it all out of the base charge.
And then, I mean, and then that way everybody gets hit, to get that additional money.
Yeah, but 40 is
Well,
something
that
easier.
certainly
I know,
works.
40, I know
mean,
you're messing with my beautiful, simple.
I mean, statistically, that works, obviously.
Yeah, but wouldn't that change
But that hits everyone.
the equitable amount?
Yeah, so the equity
So then you're
part of
gonna be
it,
further apart instead of closer together.
it's 84 cents of a gap between the two instead of 68.
Can we say at this point, Mayor, that, look, we're now at a point where we're crunching numbers here.
Yeah, let's do
but
this.
we
Let's,
we're close.
I agree with you. Let's, in the next week, figure out the best way to do it. You look at a couple of different scenarios. Okay, but let's agree as a team that we're going to increase by $50,000 to mitigate the potential loss at the high end if people do in fact conserve. That covers our base. If we go with this package. Okay?
And if, when you all replay these numbers, that over 5 years, we will hit the revenue goal. And it's not clear to me yet.
I don't agree at all. Let me tell you why I don't agree.
Okay.
This is just a plan. We have no idea if this plan is going to work. We have to monitor the plan.
Right, but I mean, we have to start with a plan that says in 5 years, based
No.
upon what we know today, that we can expect that we will achieve our goal. No?
No, because this plan might blow up in our faces. People might
Well, of
Not-
course, but then you change.
might perform this way, and we may decide next year that we need to hit the goal in 6 years. I don't think we should trap ourselves to a 5-year
Goal now.
goal right now. That
Even
that
if-
is a plan.
Even if it works out exactly the way we plan it, and it only hits in 3 years. Right?
That's not going to happen. Marshall wants to add something.
When we get this rate structure tweaked, it goes into the 5-year forecast period plan. So in that essence, it will achieve that goal because we still have that after this year change, this one that's presented, we still have to get 35% the rest of the way through. And that will be shown out there, but that still takes annualized action by the commission. So
Oh,
you guys are
okay.
saying the same thing.
I
We're going to
just-
do both.
I just want all of us to buy into the fact that a plan is a living, breathing document
Absolutely.
that we
But you gotta draw
we
a
try
stake.
to achieve, but it's a plan. It may change.
I think that the plan is good. If we need to tweak the actual cost going forward, that's different. But if we use the tiers the way they're set up and everything else the way it's set up, then we at least know where we're going. And if you need to
Fine.
play
Okay.
with the numbers down the road, then you play with the numbers
Okay,
down the
as
road.
long as we all understand it that way. Fine.
Mayor,
Then I'm with you. Yeah.
question. Did we ever get comparable financials for the plans that we reviewed prior to today? Because it always bothered me that I never saw financials. I think Greg, Bobby, and I had both asked for them earlier in the year in this discussion. It was like voting on the mill rate without having a budget. I mean, we never really had exact dollar figures for the plans previously discussed. Correct?
I'm not sure that I understand what financials you're asking for.
financials for the other plans we have reviewed, those from Rafaelis, Marshall's plan, prior to Natasha's financials today, where it's literally
Oh,
the dollar
that
figures
this
assigned
achieves,
to each tier.
that this achieves the
Yes,
goal.
sir.
That's what we need.
Yes.
Rob?
The rates that we've designed, I think Natasha's also do the same thing. That's a good question, by the way, is the financial forecast that was in the model that was presented, I think back in the very first meeting, those dollars we wanted to recover, either plan recovers those dollars. I think that's the financials you're talking about. We did do it. That was the first part of the study was what's that target dollar value we want to get? And remember, we talked about the phasing in or phasing out of the debt service payments and general fund and added in how we got there. That was all part of those financials. And the goal was once we understood the dollars to recover, I'm going to make this number up, $2 million. Then we set the rates with all those billing determinants and how many units there are, et cetera, to recover that $2 million. I think that's what you're asking. And that's how we did approach it. But we can show that to you again if you'd like to see it.
They wouldn't present a scenario if it didn't match the dollars that were required.
Right. But we do have that if we wanted to go through it again.
Got it. Sorry about that.
Answer.
A couple more comments, if I may.
Yeah.
1 second. Oh, just perusing our ordinances, I came up without even looking for it. We have an ordinance that states that, I'll read it here, section 29-17, properties owned or operated by different owners or operators shall not be supplied with water through 1 meter unless existing facilities make it impractical as determined by town commission to establish separate meters for each property. I just wonder how we have, in other words, this states that if a different owner exists, as we have a few of the single-family homes that we've currently taken out and put into the single-family home tier, but I'm wondering how they were even regulated by 1 meter in the first place, given this ordinance. Do we have any history on that? I mean, we have it right here in our ordinances. Just, if we just look at that.
Are you suggesting that we go back and make them put in separate meters for each of the units?
No, I'm
Well,
not.
but if they already have 1 unit for all the meters, then, and you're telling me that the statute says that they can't do that unless it's impossible to put in, I don't feel comfortable going back to these small buildings and saying you've got to put in a separate meter for each unit.
No, I'm not asking to go back. I wondered if there's any history on it and just to be aware of it going forward is all. It just jumped out at me and I wanted to discuss it and put it out there. And then I wanted to ask if the tiers, as Natasha had outlined, and Rob's actually really do achieve the conservation that we're looking for.
Well, we'll know that. I
Do
mean,
we
it's-
really
it's-
have a good feel for it now? I mean, just asking that question of Natasha and Rob.
Was that a goal outside of a
Yeah, I think
requirement?
that
Well,
was a
it's
goal.
clearly set up to do that,
Right.
for sure. I mean,
Are we projecting that it will achieve that with tweaking?
oh, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
for sure. I don't have any more questions. Rob, were you able to quantify Natasha's analysis here that it meets the financial goal?
The analysis that Natasha did, based on the numbers I think she presented, I was having a little technical problems here in the beginning, but I do have the work paper, the memo, I guess. We believe that they will meet the financial target goal for the year that these rates are being designed for. Yes, I think they'll be fine.
Okay.
We did test it and
Anybody have any more questions?
Just one,
Go right ahead.
which is, if it's going to meet the goal, does that include the fact that as we go forward, there will be increases of 2.5% to 3%?
Well, whatever percent each year,
Or
but there'll be more
more,
than that.
What was the number picked, I guess?
yeah, the plan is you restructure the rates, let's say as Natasha has it here right now. And then the second part of that was those rate adjustments were revenue increases. Let's say you needed 5%. As I think Natasha described earlier, you adjust both rates up 5% to meet revenue, that financial goal as the commissioner was talking. So that's the plan. Adjust the structure today, plus get the revenue goal you need for this fiscal year, then move forward and capture the rest based on the new rate structure with the objective, as mentioned by all of y'all, monitor, because they change in structure, as you know. It's what we don't know that's going to get us. It's not what we do know. It's probably what we don't know. So that was the plan. I think it's a good one. I think it's fair. And I think it's achievable. So.
Okay. I'll make a motion. Oh, Marshall?
My part, let's move forward with specific motions from this point forward. We need very specific motions. We have a timeline we're trying to reach. Let's just do each one with the motion. So
Yes, sir.
if we get Raftalis to incorporate Natasha's rate structure, they're going to fix that plan. That's what we have to do with some of our statutory requirements when we go to notify the users that we're doing this. And I need some time. So time is of the essence at this point.
I'll make a motion with a few provisos. One, that we move forward with Natasha's proposal within 1 week, we see how we could increase the revenue projection by $50,000. Two, that we review each billing period in the next 2 billing periods, the results, meaning how are we receiving the funding, payments against the plan. So we see how we're doing. In other words, what I want to see is the revenue against the plan. That's not an easy task, is it?
Walk me through your thoughts a little more.
We have a plan here that says we are going to receive X% revenue in each of these tiers. I want to see what it is.
That's
I wanna
what
see actual-
Raftalis, you'll do that, right? When you put these into your model and we start using this rate structure and tiers, you're going to do the bill projections to this and then add the future years of the forecast based on the previous numbers we've used.
Right, so we want to be able to monitor actual against plan.
Yeah, so
Each
Marshall,
time.
what I hear is I think he wants in 2 or 4 months to look at what bills.
I want to see it every 2 months.
He wants to monitor what the
I
actual
want to be able to monitor
revenue
it,
is.
see how we're doing,
Actual versus
because
projected.
in
yeah.
October, we're going to be looking at increasing, which means we have to make those decisions 2 months prior to that. So we're only going to have 2 billing cycles of history.
Correct.
So if we're way off, which I don't think we're going to be, we need to know it. Okay? Now, if we're relatively on target, we don't have to keep monitoring it that closely. We can look every 6 months or every quarter or something. But at the beginning, let's stay on top of it.
So restate the motion.
The third thing, and then I'll restate it if necessary, is we need to immediately start working on an educational program for our residents. Obviously, the educational program is, how to save water. Okay. And at the same time, what are we going to put in the billing package when we go out with the new billing? What's it going to look like? How are we going to explain what this is? How are people going to know what tier they fall into, et cetera?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I could add to that thought of yours, the South Florida Water Management District has an entire section on conservatism of water. And
Beautiful.
we just pop it up and copy it. I'll give this to Linelda. Everything
Great.
from irrigation to children's plans to a lot.
Super.
Thank you.
Okay, so you want me to restate it? Or do you have it?
I'm going to restate it because that's the way I learned. So we're going to go with Natasha's proposal. 50,000 more generated in the first 3 tiers of that initial proposal. You want bi-monthly reporting. Every time we send out a billing, you want to see what we're doing, what's coming out of that.
I want to see the results.
The results, I got you. So we're going to report back. And 3, an education program that's twofold. 1, communicating this change in the rate structure, and 2, all of our true conservation elements. So it's twofold a little bit, and get that kickstarted.
Perfect.
With so doing, it sounds like you're approving that plan today.
Yes.
Okay.
Need a second to that motion.
And
Marshall, before, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think we got to mention that we want to adjust Natasha's plan for the wastewater side.
right, exactly.
Okay, I want to make sure that that's part of the plan. Okay.
Thank you.
You've covered the water side, but we need to also make sure that we've got the
Yep,
wastewater.
he just.
Right, exactly. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Wastewater then is going to be down back to the 20,000. Yes, I want to see Mark and Rob's head nod yes when I say that. Yes, okay. All right, got it.
Those conditions, I second.
Yeah.
So because there was discussion in the record, I need a clear motion
And if I could just,
because there was discussion.
Well,
I
do you
just-
want us to break this into two different motions?
Yeah, that's exactly.
No, you got it.
can I just clarify one thing? Does the 50, sorry, Marshall, does the 50,000 have to be only in the first 3 tiers? Or did you want to consider increasing the base charge in order to come up with?
I would prefer not to increase
Okay.
it past the 40
Okay.
unless you
I just want
absolutely
clarification.
can't
No,
figure it
no
out.
problem.
elsewhere.
I can get there, but I just want to clarify.
Yeah, I agree with not
I'd
changing.
rather hit the users, not everybody.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, I think we can do this.
Now, in one motion or two, or, again. now we're
Marshall's got it
looking-
all in one.
So can you restate the motion for clarity, please?
The motion is to accept Natasha's proposal as presented on January 5th, 2021, with the following conditions. 1, that $50,000 of additional revenue is to be generated in year 1 within the first 3 tiers of the rate structure. 2, that the wastewater cap be reset at $20,000. 3, that a bi-monthly reporting now commence for the commission moving forward after every billing. And 4, that the education program commence with 2 parts. 1 is billing education on the rate structure change and on the conservation of water elements.
I would just add the development of the.
Development of the
educational program.
education program.
Okay, we need a second.
Well, and on the wastewater, the flat charge, we're not changing.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we need, obviously, to have a
You want a roll call vote?
roll call vote. This is
Mayor
a big one.
Hillman,
I'm sorry.
we're doing a roll call vote?
Please.
Mayor Hillman,
Yes.
Commissioner David,
Yes.
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Yes.
Commissioner Gossett Simon.
Yes, gladly.
Motion carries 4-0.
Cheers for Natasha.
Now, one other thing. Natasha said that if we fail to hit the revenue targets, she'll use her American Express card. Thank you very much for the hard work. We
Oh, you're
appreciate
very
it.
welcome. And I'm very excited to join your group. I think you guys are.
We
doing a
look
great
forward to
job.
it.
Wonderful.
Okay, moving on.
Did you get what you wanted? Absolutely.
I just wanted to
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we are now into new business. Anybody need a break yet? We all good? Okay. We added AA, COVID-19 vaccine discussion. Just so you all know, in John Ross's blog, piece he sends out, he included in there an email that I had sent to my building residents. How he got a hold of that, I have no idea. But it went to my building residents. I did send a copy over to the president of Aberdeen, which is building next to ours, just to keep him informed as a communication piece. And I sent it over to a couple of the board directors at one of our other buildings, again, just to keep them informed. But somehow John got a hold of it and published it. I don't see any problem with it. But that's all it was. It was an email that went to my building, just part of a normal communication piece, because a lot of people were asking me, what can we do about getting the vaccine? It is the hottest subject, obviously, for all. And in there was a link to try to register to get on the waiting list for the vaccine at the county level. So that was included as well. But I had given Marshall a call, asked him if he could do anything at the county level to set the town up as a pod, a point of distribution. Just because of when you look at the average age of our population, I think the average age statistically is like 63, which means, you know, I don't know what the mean age is, but, you know, we got a hell of a lot of people 65 and older that qualify. So Marshall, could you bring everybody up to date on what you've been doing and what you've been finding?
Yes, Chief Hartman and I are going to kind of give you an update because we have been getting that same information. If you read the post this morning, you'll see the same thing. Seniors are losing their minds as to where are we going to get the vaccine. Fortunately, unfortunately, I'd probably say more to unfortunately, somehow the town of Palm Beach miraculously pulled a rabbit out and came up with some vaccines that they could give when there isn't a supply available really at wholesale for the county. So Chief and I are in general regular conversation just about daily as it relates to COVID and especially as it relates to the rollout of this vaccine. I'll keep it general and then I'll let Chief get into details. And then I have some revelations that happened, some insights I'm working on a local option that may look pretty decent to us that actually works for our infrastructure, but high demand, very limited supply, very limited supply. It's unfortunate messages weren't controlled getting out, but it's a pandemic. I think a lot of agencies similar to ourselves and larger agencies and health departments are not used to this. I don't care what they say to you that they wrote 27 plans until you actually have to do it. You know, good intentions are lost in action. So the county is working on it very feverishly. I think they're moment to moment trying to figure out how to get this out the door. And once they come up with a plan, then the second part is getting enough supply to get it out the door. Everything, everybody's reading, everybody just is informed with it's 2-part vaccine. So when they say they got 100,000 vaccine doses, they really have 50 because they have to guarantee that you can come back in 27 days or 24 days. If you're in the Madera one, I think it's a little bit less. You still got to get 2 shots. So when they come up with these amounts of doses, really think of it in half as the amount. So, and we're not getting it all from the manufacturer yet. So we're going to call similar to when COVID started, a little bit of patience. And I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the county health department because it's going from the manufacturer and the federal government through the Army is going to deliver that to all the state hubs, the state health departments. State health departments distribute it then down to the county. The county determines how the locals are going to get it, if we get it at all. They're going to determine how it's distributed. That's how the system is structured and it's built right now for distribution. So that's how it has to work. So one, you call the county's going to say what they're doing, but they're waiting from the state. The state's sitting there, they have it. They're waiting from the feds who are waiting from the manufacturer to get it. And then as we've read over all these articles, each one has to be stored at different temperatures, have to be distributed, handled by licensed medical professionals, which will get to my point at the latter part of this, that a point of distribution is not something you get quickly. There's a long process because it's delivering medical services. Highland Beach and or Condo, we don't do medical services. We're not a hospital. We're not a regional health facility. We're not health related. We have nobody on staff. We're just not medical. So doing it, there could happen, but I have a solution that's out there with some partners, but we can't, just get doses. I want to dispel the concept that people may think, maybe it's because of desire to get a vaccine that a doctor's going to have a briefcase full of vaccines, show up at a building, start hitting people with it. Very, very complicated to distribute vaccines. And I'm not even an expert on vaccine distribution, or as chief probably a little more than me. We're learning what that involves and putting that process in place and the paperwork and the medical documents, da, 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 da.
The chief knows everything.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief. That's a great segue. Hit it.
Go, chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As you know, the vaccine came out early in December, and the initial criteria was the healthcare providers, first responders, fire, EMS, and then police right behind them. Prior to Christmas, our Delray Fire Rescue did receive the vaccine. We had given account for our law enforcement personnel that needed it. We were looking at scheduling between that Christmas, New Year's timeframe. And then on December 23rd, Executive Order 2315 came out and changed that criteria and priority to long-term healthcare residents, healthcare providers, and 65 and older. So we, law enforcement, had not received the vaccine yet, and it's unknown schedule for when we will. The Palm Beach County Emergency Operations Center, we are in continual contact with, has informed us how they're working on this plan to get this distributed with the Department of Health. This changed a little bit as they got thrown the curve with the 65 and older, so it seems like they're trying to adjust to do that. In that interim of last week, on our last call with them on Wednesday, came out the town of Palm Beach with the vaccination. We certainly started right away with our counterparts, like, hey, what about us? All the municipalities, and we began contacting the League of Cities, Delray Fire Rescue, and talking to those involved to see what that closed point of contact, closed point of distribution would be like. And what we found out is that the process to that it's involved, and there's an application that needs for certification through the Department of Health and Florida Shots. Those things have requirements, criteria that you have to meet. Having a medical physician involved in the process, healthcare providers that can administer those vaccines, the facilities that are needed to administer, and then how you get it to you, how you store it, the freezers, the digital thermometers, all those things that have to be accounted for. Certainly then the considerations that we have to have in looking into a closed pod is the logistics for this, the personnel, the resources, the infrastructure, the capacity that's needed to get this done. You saw what happened, how the phone systems crashed just at the county level. So you can imagine when you have something here like in our type of community where we are in season and we could have several thousand people that are trying to get the shots and trying to get scheduled, and how we do that. And then the location, where do you do that? Where do you physically take people to be able to get that? And again, the personnel, the capacity, the resources that it takes to get that done. The parking, the social distancing that comes with all that, the process of the forms that need to be completed in that through the Department of Health, Florida Shots, the data entry, all those things that need to occur. How does that happen? And we're not set up for that. Some municipalities are not. The town of Palm Beach has already had that because they're able to issue flu shots. So they've had all this criteria and had this application and certification done. So we know that there's a process to that we're haven't been involved in. And then once you get all that done, oh yeah, you got to start over and do that again, because you'd have to give another one in 21 or 28 days as we go through this process. So we're talking with Fire Rescue, and I'll let the town manager elaborate on that more. But we share this information with you as we get this. You'll see the things that come out in the email, the blast, the updates that we give. Town management are very cognizant of trying to get as much information out as possible, but you can see there's not a lot at this point because they're still feeling their way through this, certainly from the state on down to the local level. I just saw something with the governor of Publix, so I'm not sure what's happening now with Publix and the vaccine as we're moving through this. So it's kind of developing a little fast. But know this, that we certainly look at to see what we can do best for the residents here. And before everybody even started hearing about that, we're talking about that here. How does something like that get applied to our residents where we can get the vaccines and get it done safely and start doing that research early on? When this started early in March, we were on a daily call with the county, Palm Beach County Emergency Operations Center, all the municipalities, League of Cities. That went 7 days a week for a few months, I think through Easter and everything that we had been on calls. It went down to 5 days, 3 days a week. Last few months, we've been down to once a week. So once a week, we are on a county conference call that they update us. We are in tune with what's going on around the county. Dr. Alonso is on every one of those calls with us, talks to all of the municipalities, gets us the direct information. And you can see how seriously we take that here, of the things that we've implemented in the town, the processes, the protocols, the safety positions that we've taken, the people that come into our facilities and keeping our residents safe. So it's certainly a priority for us on what we're doing on health safety. I think in some of our work now, what we're finding out with the fire department, how we may be able to bring this locally, if you want to be able to tie that in.
So, I don't know, was it about 2.5 hours ago, I got a call. So our local option would be able to partner with our sister agency over in Delray. So I've given some tentative agreement that we're on board to do something because they have a point of distribution already established. They are our fire department through contract. They are prepared medical staff. They have everything. So I have had about 3 minutes of conversation. So when I say that this thing changes by the hour, it changes by the hour. I will be calling each of you because I will need, most likely, and I hate to say this, but if the vaccine's that important, it is, to exert pressure on the right points to get our message out. We're going to see how that rolls out in the morning with the county, see if they're on board with some of this. This is a very organic process that potentially we can do distributions through local fire departments as an option. It kind of keeps it closer to home. Because they're already set up, they're ready to go. As Chief had alluded to, they were ready to go to take care of fire, first responders. So we have that in place. I know that there's a strong desire to do it either building to building, complex to complex. I just don't see with the requirements and the regulatory framework to distribute vaccines that can happen. At least not now. If they have a little mobile truck that they can drive around, they can. For us to become a point of distribution, I just want to let you know, that'll probably take months working through agencies that are focused on vaccine distribution. So we won't be a priority to set up something that we can do and have them vet our facility plans, get all these contracts. We would need to get medical providers and healthcare providers and paper processors, phones. I mean, we could do it. Don't get me wrong that we can't, but it'll probably take us 6 to 8 months to get it in place through the regulatory framework, just the way it is. Everybody will be able to get a vaccine somewhere else, especially as just read, the 3 counties are going to work through Publix. It's going to be coming once the supply's here. It's going to be a surge of vaccines everywhere you go. But we're trying to get something easy, simple, comfortable, close. We just got to see if the county will come on board with us and give us that support. So I will be contacting with you on a daily basis because I may need help leveraging relationships and conversations and support to get the county to understand the importance. It's wildly important in Palm Beach County because we have the highest population of seniors in the state of Florida. By percentage, we're number 1. And we have 450,000 seniors that are qualified for this vaccine. That's a third of our population. How do we get that out? We were crunching the numbers earlier where you're like, okay, let's say you had to do 400,000 and you use the 15 ballpark for a drive-through. And again, I don't want people driving after they get a shot and stuff, people passing out, driving cars, waiting in line. And they process, say, 5 a day. It would take 160 days through a drive-through to distribute the vaccine. So the infrastructure necessary to distribute it, I think, is more immense than we can imagine when we think it's something so simple as our flu vaccine. That's the only comparison we have, right? We think, oh, I get a flu shot at CVS. Well, think you got now, everybody's going to, I don't want to say everybody's going to want it, but I think a lot of people do want it. And we just don't have the supply. I mean, when you see people get excited, oh, there's 10,000 doses, just here we have 400,000 people in Palm Beach County. you know, across the state, you could have 4 million people. I mean, we need lots, and they need 2 vaccines, so it's 8 million vaccine doses. It's coming though. I want everyone that's watching, it's coming down the pipeline. They're just trying to figure out how to get it to everybody and get it to everybody quickly that wants it, and then give them 2 shots. So we're working on it. There seems to be some feasible and rational and practical local event available, or whatever place to get it. It's going quick, you know. Like I said, 1:30 right before I walked in, I'm having the conversation. So we're working on it. And I just want to get that out there, that I know people are they're very anxious, right? You know, you've been locked up for this long, especially our more vulnerable class of citizens have been locked up for a long time. And God, they want to get a vaccine and go out to dinner and see their friends. So like I said, nobody really wants to do this anymore, but we got to just hold tight a little bit longer until we get that supply chain fired up and they can get those vaccines distributed. But they're coming. They're coming. And again, I will be reaching out to give more updates on a day-to-day basis as Chief works through his network to get more information through the public safety side and the emergency operations center. We're getting there. We're getting there. So I understand it requires a little bit of patience, and we've probably expelled everybody's level of patience at this point with coronavirus, but we're almost there.
Appreciate everything that you're doing, both of you. If I can express any one thing, for our population here, I don't think there's anything more important than getting the vaccine. Super number one, AAA, top priority. I understand that we're not equipped, haven't done anything like this before. I understand the complexity. I understand that there ain't a whole lot of it out there. So everything you're doing, we very much appreciate. But again, I can't stress how important it is to specifically our population. So keep at it, guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I could interject, I have a tip that Representative Mike Caruso emailed me or texted me right before the meeting. He had hoped to get around to this meeting or our next one, but he asked me to please relate at the meeting that the telephone hotline for the COVID vaccine is not functional, is not very functional. There's a long list. People hang up, they get disconnected. He has stated to please go online and register with your birth date, all your data at the email address. And I will give it to Marshall after the meeting. You all can get it out to the public. It was like 1:20 p.m. when I got that message.
Mayor, the only thing I would add is, obviously, it's very important. I know there's a lot of citizens that are looking and saying, what's going on? How come Palm Beach is ahead of us? Or Jackson Health down in Miami put out the word, hey, we got, the doses, come on down, and then they got flooded. So the most important thing, honestly, is, yeah, we need to get it right away, but we don't want a false start. We end up with, people pushing strollers on A1A for hours. Thank goodness this is not in the summer. You can imagine how that would go. But this is not just a matter of people pulling up in their car and sticking them with a shot. It's not going to happen that way. So the planning, logistics, we've got to have that all laid out so that we don't have a false start. But if there's anybody that can do it, you guys can do it. Mr. Mayor?
I was trying to find the address on here. I had it. That's what I was doing. Okay.
It is.
Information you want us to post it, or you think it's fresh and something new, let us know. But everybody at home, our website is continually showing you, you can text the Florida site to get yourself in line. There's the phone number, email address. When we get these things, they're on our website. Tricia's doing a great job just putting up every time we get it. Just put it on the website, put it on the website. So,
okay. That it? We're finished with that subject? Move on. Natural Resources and Preservation Advisory Board Action Report. This is consideration of a Natural Resources Preservation Advisory Board to take pride in our beach educational initiative. This is found on page 116.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Ingrid Allen, Town Planner. Did you want me to give you an overview of that memorandum? Yep,
You want to take us through it? Give us a little
sure,
background?
just for the people who are watching. If you, the commission recalls back on your October 6, 2020 commission meeting, you all considered a recommendation by the Natural Resources Preservation Board to implement a Great Beach Sweep initiative. This was an effort to coordinate activities, related to beach cleanups. The commission's consensus at that meeting was to table this initiative as a result of COVID-19. The commission also discussed limiting the amount of people grouping together at this time, and that such events in the future should not be sponsored by the town due to liability issues. So based on this consensus from the commission, the board at their December 9th, 2020 meeting decided to or agreed to change the title and the intent or the goal, if you wish, of their Great Beach Sweep project. They decided to change the name to take pride in our beach and make it more of an educational initiative. So this initiative is detailed in the outline, which is provided in your backup. And it was prepared by the board chair, Mr. Stephen Parks, which I believe Mr. Parks is still on Zoom. I know he wanted to participate in this particular item. And the board did go ahead and approve that outline at their December 20th meeting. So implementing this educational initiative would be through the board's webpage. The board does have a dedicated webpage on the town's website. And they're also looking at putting a banner out at front of Town Hall that basically brings awareness to both the residents and visitors about the importance of keeping the beaches clean. So again, if you want to take a look, if you haven't, there's the outline and the sample text of the proposed banner. And I see Mr. Parks or Chair Parks is available to add his input.
Good afternoon, Stephen. Welcome back.
Good afternoon.
Anything you want to add?
Good afternoon, Mayor, again, and thank you. Here I am appearing as the chair of the Natural Resources Preservation Advisory Board to, at your convenience, explain any of the issues which you may have had with our original proposal, and of course, the actual initiative, which Ms. Allen kindly was remarking on a moment ago, and quite eloquently. I do have one question for you. Well, first of all, I'm glad this topic is going to be a little more upbeat than the last topic was. I mean, obviously, we all are looking forward to another something more outdoors and more effectively helpful to the community. And that's the intention of this particular initiative, to try to bring attention to the needs of the citizens and to also ask the citizens to participate in helping to keep the beaches clean. I think you all have an opportunity to look at the outline at this point, if I'm not mistaken. As a part of your package. And I'm welcoming any questions you have regarding our motivations, or if you have any suggestions as to how we can hone this so it's more acceptable to you. We would just like to bring the community together and have them participate in the actual cleanup. Because as you well know, the town has limited resources in this regard, and we're not here to facilitate additional resources at the moment, but we do know that citizens are concerned about this, and our own board is very concerned about this. And we'd like to see whether we can get the community galvanized, we'll call it, to facilitate the actual cleanup of the beach on their own, either by bringing their own buckets or bags or whatever they can muster up in regards to, facilitation of this, or just we can actually use the bucket trees, which the commission was kind enough to approve at your prior meetings. So I'm opening it up to you as to any questions you may have.
Yep, for sure. Why don't we reverse it and start with Peggy this time?
Hi, Steve. Steve's my neighbor. It seems like a wonderful initiative, and I wondered if you were looking at just one cleanup or a series of them, and then how you would want to work in the COVID situation with restrictions. You're looking at doing this later in the year or monthly. What was your proposed idea?
Well, we were trying, we had to, as a result of being a very pleasant conversation with the town's assistant attorney at our last meeting on December 9th, we discussed and rationalized and basically hashed out the responsibility that the town, that the town does not want the responsibility of bringing a number of people together in one area, and of course, creating a situation where COVID-19 would then be effectively a problem, on top of the fact that the town doesn't want to sponsor a group activity of this nature at this point. But the intention of my initiative, or this initiative for the board, or the board's initiative, is that we illuminate the public as to what the situation is on the beach, explain to a majority of the residents and visitors of the public that we don't have a company or a municipal authority or some type of individual that goes around and cleans the beach. We do have beach sweepers that come as a result of the individual community. I think the condominiums and some of the residents pay for that beach sweeping activity, but we don't have any type of individual, for lack of a better way of describing it, policing our beaches. So this is an opportunity to try to bring up a banner, which is the first step in the entire process, which would then be plastered across the trees, or posted across the trees, sorry, at City Hall. And it will allow us to basically open up the discussion and put that banner up in a manner that basically would give people the idea that it's your beach. This is your opportunity to participate and help clean up the beach. Do so with our blessings, of course. A healthy beach obviously is a beach we can all enjoy. And anyone who has had the pleasure of walking on the beach in the last couple of months, of which I was one of them, can see that there's a tremendous amount of debris that comes in from the ocean. I'm sure you all encountered it. And as well as debris that's somewhat left by some of our residents and visitors who aren't as considerate as others. And we need to basically police the beach individually, pick it up as we walk down our beach, and put it into appropriate refuse containers, preferably the ones that the city has provided, or alternatively, just simply take it back to a facility and drop it off. So in answer to your question, Peggy, basically it's a situation where this banner is intended to be posted once a week for 4 weeks. And we're going to see what it does in terms of encouraging this type of activity. It was intended to be in tandem with the bucketry program, which basically would give at least, I think, 4 locations you approved, or 6 locations, they're very limited locations, the opportunity to have what amounts to being collection buckets that they could borrow, bring down to the beach, collect the debris, and then dump it into the town's waste cans and bring it back. We thought it would be a great activity for parents to have their kids participate in, as long as they supervise young children and they take care to make people understand that we don't want anyone to be hurt in doing so. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. And since you brought it up, I wondered if you have an opinion on the beach rakers, because we have received emails from different residents in town wondering if that process is viable for the environment. Is this something that you have addressed or looked into at all?
I don't believe we were given a direct.
By the 2 licensed beach rakers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't believe we were given a mandate by the commission at any given time that I've been involved with the board to discuss this, but I know from being personally involved with the board over the last 2 years and listening to your meetings that there have been a number of very outspoken residents who are concerned about the beach rakers, both because they come at the wrong time or they don't do their job properly and so on. But I understand, if I'm not mistaken, that the beach rakers are an activity that's sponsored by the communities that live on the beach side and some of the residents that pay individually for their service. And correct me if I'm wrong, of course. I don't know whether it's in our budget that we pay for the beach rakers as a town. Am I correct, or is that my misunderstanding?
We do not, that I am aware of. I believe we license them. We do not license them either. Okay.
My understanding is you're correct, Steve.
Okay, thank you. Just wondered if that had entered into any of your discussions.
I would,
Go ahead.
I'd love, if the commission so desired, we would definitely invite the people who take care of that activity to come, come down to one of our board meetings and present what their program is and how they do their job. But from what I've seen personally, it's just generally a gentleman on a tractor who comes at some hours in the morning, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and drags whatever debris he can into certain areas and then buries it. And I guess that wouldn't be appropriately make some residents happy if they happen to believe that that's not a good activity, but that's effectively what happened. And one of the biggest complaints the residents have had that I understand is that we had a tremendous influx of seaweed as a result of some problem from South America. Some type of particular seaweed came onto our shore, and it was so cumbersome that they could not even take care of it. The beach rakers could not deal with it. And as a result of that, they basically left behind a lot of the debris. But one of the problems that I see with the beach rakers, and maybe the town would like to consider it, is that they may be able to take care of the large debris, but they don't have any means of taking care of the smaller debris, which I'm referring to in this particular beach initiative. We have a significant number of bottle caps, bottles, unfortunately, medical apparatus sometimes, things that basically create concern among the board members, and we want to bring to the commission's attention, which is why we want to bring the town, want to increase awareness among the citizenry in the town that they can participate and help clean this up. Because personally, I think it's something which we can all do without too much extra effort and obviously without expending money, which is really a very sore subject, obviously, considering.
Got it. Thank you very much. I'm all for your banner and your bucket trees. And then maybe once COVID is over, we can move on to more of a generalized event. But thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Steve.
Thank you for considering it.
Okay. Ev?
Okay, first, the town can't hire the rakers because it's all private property and we cannot use town funds to deal with private property. So that's up to the individual property owners. Maybe we could go up to the county to clean up Milani Park, but other than that, we can't. We can encourage people to do it. We can encourage the condos to call the rakers if they don't do a good job and make them come back and redo it. But as a body, we can't. And even putting up a banner, I think putting a banner on town hall is town sponsoring this. So it gives the wrong impression. And while it's a great idea, I don't know that we really should do that. What I would suggest is perhaps giving literature to the different condos along the beach. Or all the condos, because everybody gets to the beach. So make the condos aware. Let the condos talk to their unit owners and say, look, bring a plastic bag with you to pick up trash when you go to the beach. So that you would still get people to do it. It just wouldn't be a town-sponsored event.
May I respond?
Sure.
There. Commissioner David, my concern with your comments are that I'm trying to educate the public to be aware of the fact that we don't have a program. I completely understand and endorse your comments about the fact that it's a private beach and that we're not trying to facilitate that. But I think what unfortunately has happened here is that most of the individuals that come to our beach, whether it's residents of the town or visitors or out-of-town residents that come in once a year, they're under the impression from their own communities that there's a specific individual or town-appointed task force, we'll call it, to take care of the beach. It's not the case here. Now, I understand your concerns about private versus public property, and of course, the town attorney can chime in here if he'd like to, but we do have a responsibility for everything below the mean high tide mark, where our public theoretically has complete access to the water. And it's at that point, we have a situation where we have no facilitation for cleaning up. So my intention, or our board's intention, and my intention for being here today, was to try to encourage the commission to encourage citizens to clean up after themselves and to help the actual facilitation of keeping the beach clean by picking up debris, not just their own generated debris, but debris which was generated by individuals who weren't as courteous and considerate, or from boaters or individuals who basically let the debris come in from offshore.
Well, and perhaps one of the ways is to publicize the fact that the town doesn't have anybody that cleans up. So therefore, clean up after yourself. And if somebody else is a slob, clean up after them so that you can enjoy the beach. And maybe that's the message that you have to get out in addition to these other things, but make sure that everyone knows and have the hotel do it too. Let the hotel tell people that you can't leave trash on the beach. There is no one who comes after you to clean up.
That's exactly why the banner has been restructured the way it is. If you look at it, it says nothing about the fact that the town is sponsoring an event. It's just asking the town residents to participate and encouraging the residents and visitors to protect our beach by cleaning up behind them. Unfortunately, people don't always get the message. And as far as the condominiums are concerned, we can put all we can promote all the information we'd like to the condominiums. We can't make them circulate it, and we certainly can't bring it to their attention. So we really crafted the idea of a banner because it would be a general broadcast to the fact that please, let's move forward on this and try to help our community help itself.
Well, my concern with your banner is I think it can be a traffic hazard if you've got something with this much writing up. I don't know how many people who are driving by are going to be able to read all of this. Usually the idea of banners is simple, that you don't have a page worth of printing on it. So I'm not sure how effective this particular banner would be in any event.
We always have passerbys, but I agree with you. Definitely would not want to stop traffic on A1A. Not our intention, but don't we have banners for other events that have information on it, which requires someone to stop and look and read it?
No.
No.
Can I jump in? Generally, not generally, all outdoor advertising that is effective has very, very little copy on it. The people that I believe you want to impact on obviously are residents. So you'll be able to impact more on walkers than drive-by. Naturally, probably 1 out of 10 drive-bys lives in Highland Beach. Excuse me. But what you have here is more of a handout than a banner. But we can certainly work with you on the copy for the banner to help you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish.
By all means, if you feel like cutting it down.
No problem there. Are you finished? John?
So I completely support what you're trying to do. I do agree that this banner is not really a banner. Maybe the kind of banner I would expect is take pride in our beach initiative in big capital letters, and then maybe 4 or 5 words underneath it in big letters, and that's about as far as you're going to go. But I happen to agree. You got to capture their attention. It's got to be quick and easy and simple, and then rely on either literature or the website or other ways to communicate what the program's all about. Now, talking about the program, it's a problem. The beaches definitely have a lot of plastic of all kinds. It's really, it's sad in many ways. What I don't understand, having lived here for my first 10 years, I assumed that the town did rake the beach. That I see them come all the time, every day during the week or whatnot, and they're in their tractors and they avoid those that are on the beaches. So I made that assumption. And I'm sure even now, most of the residents think the town is, cleaning the beaches. And so we're not. And when the rakers come by, I thought also they spent more time trying to level off the beach from the erosion. And so you wouldn't have to, go down a 2-foot cliff from the last erosion, and they kind of smooth it out, which is what they actually do. But then when there's a lot of rubbish and whatnot, they will rake and then they do bury it. The problem with the burying on the beach is that sooner or later, it's going to be uncovered. The water's going to, erode away the covering, and it's going to get right back out there again. So I think it has to be removed from the beach to be long-term effective. So I guess quick thoughts in my mind is what can we do with the Rakers to have a joint effort there?
No.
That
You're not going to do it.
they're not going to do anything.
You're not going to do anything. The rakers rake.
Rake is rake, but I think the company, if they could work with us on this initiative, maybe they could do something more for us. I don't know. It's an area that I have big question marks about. Knowing we're not going to pay them and knowing that they're only going to do what they're paid to do kind of thing. I have to believe they have some sort of community outreach that they would want to do a little bit more if it was a concerted effort. Now, I do also have to disagree with Commissioner David in that, relying on condos to go clean up the beach ain't going to happen. There's got to be more of a managed effort across the town to make that work, I think. And hope that individual condos will take up the charge, take up the gauntlet and go out and do something. But otherwise, I don't see them doing a whole heck of a lot. Maybe filling up one trash can and then leaving it there for weeks, kind of thing. So I guess in summary, I know we may be pessimistic about the beach rakers, but maybe there's something that we could do there. We definitely need to have a banner that's different than what's here. Short, sweet, bright, big, capture their attention, and then support it with a program that you've outlined. Because I think we need it. So I also want to thank for your initiative and volunteerism in taking this forward. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Marshall, could we put more garbage cans on the beach? If we have trash cans, maybe people will use them?
Pat loves the trash cans, but we have when the condos have asked, we go out and set up it and we'll do our milk run to get them collected and empty the trash cans. And once we get the bucket trees up, it's kind of a nice touch that, if you're going to go for a walk, you grab a bucket and then stop and, leave it at the next, and we can kind of rebalance if they get redistributed. But I think it'll work. And if more condos want trash cans, they can, or they can work with us. And then if they could help us empty it from time to time too, if it gets filled up too quickly, that would be great. Cause we're only going on about 3 days a week. We're doing the milk run. So,
Yeah, because
if more want, and we'll put them out.
you want to get to the people who actually go to the beach. Because they're the ones who are going to see it. They're the ones who are going to be there. Not everyone goes to the beach. So you have a target audience here. And if you encourage by having trash cans and bucket trees and things that people see, it makes it easier for them to do it. They're reminded that this is what you have to do. Put it in the trash.
I mean, if we get a simple banner, it seems the groups are, coming together on a simple banner. You can turn it into a sticker and we can put it on the trash cans and kind of have that unified voice or message through town. It'd be kind of nice.
If I can just add
Okay.
to that, we have 12 trash receptacles that are currently on the beach. Now, I did reach out to several of the condos. Some of them told me that even though they're on the list as having a trash receptacle, they don't. Apparently, they've told me that the town has come many years ago to pick it up. So we're kind of readjusting that list as to who has it. And just on the issue of the bucket trees, so obviously the Natural Resources Preservation Board was on board with putting those bucket trees, remember you all want to know more than 4, putting those bucket trees where there's current trash receptacles, right? It makes sense. You go out with a bucket, it's full of little pieces of plastic particles. You have the trash receptacle right there, right? So it kind of makes sense.
How many bucket trees do we have?
Well, the commission, you all agreed to no more than 4.
4. Okay.
Right. So I have confirmation from 3 condominiums right now that they're willing to come on board with having a bucket tree.
Okay.
And actually myself and the building official will be going out this week to do some site visits because remember, you can't have, per the code, a bucket tree on the sand.
I understand.
So we'll have some of the condo presidents that I've spoken to, they
Okay.
have a deck
Okay,
and what
so
have
you're
you.
on it. What color are the bucket trees? And what color are the buckets?
Well, I think the bucket tree PowerPoint slide that I provided you back when you all looked at this in October, it's like a white type tree.
And what
painted
color is
white.
the bucket?
The buckets, I'm assuming they'll be white and we're going to have a sticker which has like a visual instruction as to how you're supposed to pick up the
the garbage,
Okay.
bend down, pick it up, put it in
I
the
understand.
bucket. Yeah.
Thank you. What color are the garbage cans?
Currently, they're dark colored, Mayor, gray or brown, if I'm not mistaken.
They're gray or they're brown?
Right.
Okay.
Can I interject something, Mayor? Would you mind for 1 second? Just to help out the commission at this point. As I've been reminded countless times at this point about the fact that we have a problem on the beach, I think it's really important for the commission and for the public to understand the limitations that are on Highland Beach in regards to the cleanup activities on the beach. As was well pointed out even earlier in this meeting, these are not public beaches. We also have an anomaly in Palm Beach. We're one of the few towns along the coast of Florida which don't have access to the beach officially. You can't put a truck on the beach and we have no direct access point. So as far as I think Commissioner Schumacher's point goes about having them collect the actual debris and put it into containers or whatever, even if the rakers were to cooperate, they would have a hard time facilitating that cooperation because we can't bring dump trucks or any type of large refuse containers onto the beach because we don't have any access to it and we don't have the right to put actual containers on the beach. So in that respect, we have a problem. The only way we can get around the problem, from what the board has figured out after having a number of discussions about this, is to have citizen interaction and citizen opportunism. That's why the bucketry idea was proposed to you. And that's why it seems to be the only viable course of action right now, because we can't officially do it as a town. We don't have access to this beach itself, and we don't have a public beach to go through. And so to Ms. Allen's point, we're in a situation where we're trying to negotiate with condominiums and private associations, perhaps, that have access to the beach, and put bucketries at those locations to facilitate the residents that use those areas to go on the beach and collect their debris. And
Steve,
if
I understand that. I'm 100% behind
Right.
it. That's why you need a campaign. And you need a
Exactly.
communication program to get residents behind this.
Mhm.
And a campaign requires total synergy. And it needs people to understand that there's even a campaign going on. And part of synergy is developing a logo, developing a theme, having synergy of color, a cohesiveness, and a singular message. And I think that's what we can help you with. And it's going to take a little bit of money, and we can help with that also. So I applaud what you're doing. I just think you need a little more help. And I think the commission can get behind you and help you with this.
We appreciate that.
So that's what I'm trying to get to here. That's why I was asking what colors we have.
Would it be beneficial to have bright colored
Pardon me?
buckets, have the buckets be bright colors as opposed to white?
Well, precisely, you develop a color.
Yeah,
Let's say
you want to grab
hypothetically,
somebody's attention so that they see it, not that
Yeah,
it blends into the background.
we're on the same theme here. Hypothetically, if the color scheme was, I don't know, if it was red and blue, just pick the color. I don't know that that's going to be the color. Then the bucket's red and the wood that's holding the bucket is blue. The colors that are on the banner are red and blue. Every time we use the slogan, it's done in red and blue. You know, things like that. So we need to think about it. We need to find out what your slogan is, if it's in the copy that's here. And if it's not, we'll work with you on coming up with it. And then we put the whole package together. And, you know, maybe we need to go to Marshall and say, we need $1,000 to do this. And I agree that the condos can be helpful. All we have to do is develop, once the banner and the slogan and the logo and the color scheme is done, all we need is a one-page little flyer. And I don't know why the condos couldn't put it up on their bulletin board. You know, we don't have to hand out thousands of flyers, just one, put it on their bulletin board. That can communicate what it is. And when they go to the beach, they can see that the garbage cans, where we have 12 of them, are in that color scheme. And it has whatever our theme is stenciled on the color scheme. That doesn't cost us anything. So we get the same message out there all the time, reminding people of keep the beach clean. You may have it here After all, a clean beach is a healthy beach. That might be what the slogan is. Go ahead, jump on.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Evelyn's idea of more trash cans is a very sound one. And I'm wondering, does every condo put a trash can out in front of their beach access? I don't know. Could they be encouraged to? Not that we would pick it up. It might be too much for the town, but could they be encouraged to put them out? And also
Well-
wanted to add maybe our terrific logo colors, who your artist colleague designed for our new logo. Those could be.
Yeah, I'm sure I could twist his arm to help us on it. And
And
let's
those are
get
great
behind let's get behind the board. They've got the germ of an idea here. Let's bring it to fruition and put some thump behind it. Stephen, what do you think?
I think, well, can I go point by point at this point? I appreciate your interest in doing this, and I appreciate the fact that the commission is definitely behind us on this. To your point about the color of the bucket, because we wanted to keep it as cost effective as possible, I think one of the propositions we made at one of our meetings was to keep the bucket white, because they're readily available from Home Depot or any other home store for a very reasonable amount of money. You already have decals for Highland Beach. You definitely want the logo of Highland Beach on there. And as far as the actual information concerns where the bucket goes, we can send out, we could take Take Pride in the Beach initiative sticker or whatever else you like. And I know Commissioner Bobby, Vice Mayor Bobby, actually brought up a point about having the bucket stolen. I just want to ratify the fact that we took that into consideration, and we expect to have our maintenance people drill holes in the bottom of the buckets to the point where we actually have it. And that also helps because when the bucketry is outside in the atmosphere and it rains, it would be ridiculous to have it containing water. So that was we beat that. So to your point, Mayor, yes, a white bucket might be a more cost-effective solution. Blue, I think our town colors are blue and yellow and white, am I correct? If I'm not mistaken, or our seal. And whatever else we can do to accommodate you, if you give us a directive to hone this further, we'll be glad to do that for you. I think that we really have an opportunity here to encourage the citizens to participate for their own benefit. And that was the entire intention. And if you look at the outline, that's the second section. Whether we can do that or not, or accomplish that, remains to be seen. But I think we have an obligation as citizens in Highland Beach to try to encourage people to take up arms basically, and help clean up what we have as our greatest natural resource in this particular town.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall order trying to get people to do something they don't naturally do and don't want to do and think the other guy's going to do it. But, you know, if we can get 10% of the population behind it, it's a win.
People are doing it right now, Mayor, without being asked.
Okay.
I mean, near my area, that's where we see it all the time.
Okay. Marshall, can somebody on your staff help out on this project?
Ingrid and Pat are all over it.
We need somebody that's on the creative side. Maybe T.
Yeah, we'll get Tricia involved too, and we'll come up with those things, and we'll see what the marketplace has for improved trash receptacles. A couple of them are a little older, so maybe this would be a good time to replace them, something more attractive and kind of keep with the spirit and intent of Natural Resource Advisory Board and the commission's directive here. I think we can come up with something that looks pretty decent.
I'll check with Rodrigo and see if he can spare a half a day.
Sounds good. Everybody? Yep. Yes. Perfect.
Okay, you got everybody in on it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, on to the next. I could use a break. Could everybody else use a break? I know you guys have been sitting patiently, but another 10 or 15 minutes, okay? Thank you.
So how long do you want the break? Because I have to put in the
15
minutes. We
minutes.
have to recess. 15 minutes? Okay, so we're going to recess for 15 minutes. It's 4:44.
Okay, we're on page 121, discussion of the draft gravity sewer system. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
I just want to introduce myself. I'm Aaron Cutler. I'm with Baxter and Woodman. And I wanted to give a little background to the town on this report we put together. If that's okay. All right. So first, I want to just mention that Town of Highland Beach hired.
Oh, sorry. So just to give a little background on our report, the Town of Highland Beach hired a contractor, Shenandoah, to perform CCTV inspections of the town's gravity sanitary sewer system along the State Road A1A. As you know, the town provides wastewater collection services through a system of gravity sewer mains and service laterals along State Road A1A. The gravity sewer system within the town is aged. It consists of various types of pipe materials and sizes. So the town is looking at what the condition of that sewer main is and to determine if what needs to be repaired. And, so we put together a report based on the inspections of that CCTV evaluation company. We prepared a report to kind of list what the defects were within your system, type of pipe material, and we listed a repair method for those defects. And then we also put together a cost estimate to make those repairs. So that's the general background of it. And I can answer any specific questions on that.
I have one question up front. The company that took the pictures, ran the video, would they be the ones who would do the repairs?
Not necessarily, most likely no. They specialize in, having the equipment to, sometimes they have to stop the sewer, whatever means they need to film it. That's a specialty type of work. But doing a repair, depending on what the repair method is, sometimes if it's a pipe replacement, that takes a large contractor with excavating equipment, dewatering, bypassing sewer. It's a pretty heavy construction operation. But the good news is most of what we're recommending and what we're finding involves cured in place lining, which is a trenchless technology where you don't have to dig up the sewer pipes to replace it. So,
yes.
But sometimes they do video and they do lining. In this case, Shenandoah doesn't do the lining. They just do the video.
No, I'm familiar with lining
Okay.
pipes. So how did you come up with your cost estimates? Did you contact an actual company and give them these numbers?
Well, we have a lot of data based on the projects that we do throughout South Florida. So we're the civil engineering firm from municipalities from Key West all the way up to Martin County. So we do a lot of these projects. We manage a lot of these projects. So we gather the information. We're doing a similar project for the city of Delray Beach right now. We do this type of work in Boca. So we get that information on costs because it's pretty specific to the area of work. But we had enough good information based on what we've done just up north of Linton in Delray to put some cost to it and put a really good estimate that we feel comfortable with. So it's basically just past work experience and projects. And then there's a little bit of dialogue we have really good relationships with the contractors that do this type of work. So if there's a specific concern on, a multi-family, how would you bypass the sewer here to get this in? We do have those conversations and we try to get some idea on the cost approach for that.
And do you build in a plus or minus percentage into your?
Yeah, we put a contingency. So if you look on, if you have the document, I'm going to turn there. I think it's on page 6 of 24. You'll see our total construction estimate, and then you'll see a 25% contingency and overhead and profit that we built into the estimate. It's okay.
Yeah, 147.
So we factor in about a 25% markup.
Okay.
Yeah.
I find construction always costs more than you think it's going to.
Right.
And takes longer.
Yep. And now our estimate, just so you know, this is based on one project, a contractor coming in and doing this work. If you do decide to phase it or put it in partial, you could get an additional mobilization. Some of the equipment, the dewatering, the bypass, we estimate about a $50,000 to $70,000 for mobilization if you break it up separately.
Thank you.
A couple of questions, if I could.
Sure.
Prior to this operation, our former mayor was concerned always that we needed all of the pipes changed out. And when we got some of your data, I was looking, and it's interesting to find that some of the pipes are the clay, some are the newer plastic oil combination. I just wondered if you could give a little bit of background on how it was, it just depending upon the age and the timeline of when they were installed. If you could just explain the different levels, I believe 3 types of piping, and are we going to be solid? And if so, for how long?
Okay, so a lot of your system is the clay that you mentioned, and that's usually what you don't want to find. That's over 50 years old. Those pipes, you usually only expect 50 years out of a sewer pipe. So those are already at the lifespan or exceeding the lifespan, which is why we were looking at this and, for the town. So you'll see some of the defects we found where there's a lot of infiltration in the pipes, and that's typical for the clay sewer pipes, especially in saltwater environments. When you get groundwater intrusion, the salt water tends to deposit or pick up the grease and hold it there and cause problems. Where you see the PVC or polyvinyl chloride, those are newer pipes. So what that tells us is there was a problem or an issue that somebody had to come down at between, last 10 years, 20 years, something like that. Most PVCs are not more than 20 years old. So somebody at some time did either a repair to it or added to the system. So you have various. Now, I will say that we were expecting to see a lot more that needed immediate point replacement repairs. But based on our analysis, that wasn't what we found. So that is good news. When you if you go with what we're recommending, where it's a cured in place pipe liner, it's basically the equivalent of a PVC pipe. It's a liner that's put in kind of a wet, like with a bag. And once that's put through, it cures. And when the curing process is completed, it's a pipe that you now have within the old pipe. So that pipe is expected to last 50 plus years. You won't have an issue with it.
That's interesting. So this would replace the idea that we would run in and dig up every clay pipe and replace.
The cost and the effort would be massive for that.
Understand.
So,
And I know other communities have had to go through that in past years, not just neighboring communities. And so you're firmly convinced that this system will work equivalent to digging up and replacing all with PVC or something equivalent.
absolutely. And we're doing it with your neighboring communities right now. And they've been doing the companies that contract to do this type of work, they have a past history. And there's a process that we go through to verify that the liner material, the resins, everything meet the design specifications from an engineer. And if everything is controlled, you want to monitor it, that it's done at the right temperature. If all those conditions are met, we do certify the project. If we're involved or somebody similar, they'll certify the project and that it meets that, intent.
Got it. I understand. Secondly, I do know that the state, the county, and the town, we've been looking at going into natural landscaping and not invasive species. I have a little bit of knowledge of ficus and schefflera and these imported species running such long roots that they can cross streets and run for blocks with their root system. Do you find much of this? I know that there have been several breakages in your report. I was looking at most of the pictures and saw those roots involved, but what would there be any kind of a help if we continued that process of removing those invasive species when possible and encouraging native plants and so forth.
That will have a positive effect. The roots and sewers are just enemies. If when that root finds a place to travel, if it gets into your sewer pipe, it's fed by the the volume, and it continues to travel, and that will block or cause debris and grease and stuff like that to deposit, which will cause blockage in your sewer system. So anything you can do to eliminate that is a good thing. We make sure that if there's a section of pipe that has root intrusion, that before they do the liner, they have cutting tools and cleaning tools that they jet it and get all the root out of there. Now, they're not going to stop anything outside of the pipe, but before that liner's placed, all the root is removed so that the liner will be solid and there wouldn't be any opportunity. There's not any joints in the liner, so the root would not be able to intrude any further.
I wonder if Marshall and my fellow commissioners, if we could maybe take a look at those species in the right-of-way which are invasive, if we could down the road work on removal of those. For example, at Bel Air Drive in A1A, there was a pretty giant, I think it was a Schefflera tree. When I first moved here 30 years ago, hard to believe now, there were many, many Schefflera trees which were over time removed. And I know they're one of the worst root systems. So I just wondered if we could bear in mind as a side note to continue the removal of those when possible, especially in the right-of-way.
That is a great idea.
That will, and then thank you
As long
very
as we
much.
don't do it on Saturdays. I'm sorry.
Well, you can in another reading, you can, so don't worry about it. All right, well, that's it for me, and I appreciate all your time and your patience listening to our meeting today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, over to you, John.
So I understand it's $1,053,000 to line, fix, repair, whatever. But from the pictures, boy, you see some pretty dramatic photos of broken pipe and obviously sewage leaking into the ground. Again, just confirm, how much is it going to take just to do the what I would call the emergency repairs to prevent the leaks?
So we have two sections that we do recommend that you dig up and replace the pipe. Now it's a good thing that those didn't end up in the lane of travel or in State Road A1A. It's a much more difficult process to go through DOT and to get all the road repaired and all that work. Both of the sections that we do show full pipe replacement, they're near the north end of town. I've actually got locations written down here, but those would take a full excavation, and that pipe, there'd be a point repair. So they'd get like a 10-foot section of pipe and repair it. And then we recommend also, once that point repair is still going through and lining it so that you have that hose pipe is solid, and then you would line after it. So we have a couple of sections like that. But these lining, the trenchless technology that's out there is really good. I mean, it's a solid pipe. So even though when you see some of the infiltration and the runners, it's a solid PVC pipe. It's got a thick wall and everything to it. So once that's cleaned and that liner's pushed in, it won't come through the liner. It's solid. It's a new pipe once it cures.
So again, how much is it going to cost to fix at least what you've identified are the two most important emergency items?
So
What areas?
the two sections that they're just small repairs, but because the contractor has to come in and excavate, it wouldn't be this much if you did all of it. But for those two sections, we're estimating just over $15,000 to make those 2-point repairs, which is not, and they happen, they're on a terminal end. So gravity sewer, runs through gravity. There's not significant dewatering, and there's not significant flow that has to be bypassed in those sections. They're at a terminal end.
So now a real technical question.
Go ahead.
I got the main pipe,
Mhm.
and then I've got a feeder pipe, and you have a T-joint, right?
Mhm.
How do you seal? You got a liner coming in here,
Mhm.
and you've got the main line with a liner.
Right.
How do you seal at that junction?
So what they do is they have a tool. They'll do a solid liner through, and they have to map out where each one of these T laterals come in.
Yeah.
Okay. They map that out beforehand. So that once they get those calculations, their crew sends the liner through. Then they have another crew that comes through with a cutting tool, and they'll cut it exactly where that T is. and they have something that polishes it and brushes it. And they make sure that that connection into the liner doesn't have any abrasions. It's filmed. Our inspectors are usually there to watch that. Because
How
there's
do
a
you
whole
get-
process to
How
that.
do you get that cutting tool into?
The same as the camera lens that's on a track. They have, it can branch off and they have cutting mechanism and it's mechanical equipment.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's almost like a robot that you're
Yes.
putting through. Yeah, okay. That's what I was trying to envision.
And the way it's done, because it's a long process to do that. We typically will go through a section and then they'll reinstate every lateral just by poking a small hole so that sewer can flow. And then the next day they have to come back and do the tedious process of just polishing it and making sure that fits perfectly.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should have asked Evelyn.
No, we replaced, or didn't replace, we lined in our building. And if you actually see a cross section, it was this real big, thick blue layer that was on top of the old pipes, and it was amazing. And we also replaced pipes in the water pipes outside that they wouldn't let us put lining in.
Yeah, because the pressure you need for potable, typically you can't line that.
But what they did do is they didn't have to tear everything up. They used a boring method
Mhm.
to replace it. So our driveways, our lawns and everything else,
Didn't get ripped up.
they didn't get ripped up. Could you do something like that?
Well, the good thing is that I think you're describing a pipe bursting operation for potable where they have to get a certain pressure. So they pull like an HDPE section of pipe. It's a thicker wall pipe than a liner. They pull that through the old pipe and they're bursting it underground. We don't have to do that here because it's a gravity sewer that doesn't have to be under pressure. So what we're able to do here to have a sound pipe is a lot easier and even less costly and less invasive than that. But for potable systems or force mains, sometimes you do have to do
Yeah,
that.
we did it for laterals in the building.
Wow.
We had, the stacks, I think we did 17 of them, something
Sure.
like that. And it was way more cost effective than having to replace all of those.
The other thing you want to consider is when you make these repairs, right now, you've got a lot of I&I coming into your system that you're sending to Delray to treat, and you're paying for that. You get charged, for your flow. So when you seal this off, there's going to be a savings that's going to be recognized based on sealing up the I&I that you send to Delray.
Oh, that's a bonus. Thank you.
Done?
I'm done.
Just a brief question on the cost estimate page. You have a section called post-repair or cleaning.
Mhm.
Can you break that out for me a little bit?
Yeah, so once we do a pre-video, which we've already done and inspected, so we can see the condition and recommend the repair method. Now, once they place the liner, even though we usually have somebody there to watch, make sure the temperature's right, we still want to do a post-video just to make sure there's not a wrinkle in the liner or anything like that, or any obstruction that didn't fully, or a lateral that maybe they didn't polish perfectly. We want to see a post-video because that ensures that it was installed properly, and that gives you to make sure when we certify this, that we know that was installed correctly.
That's over 10% of the estimate.
Right, because it's the amount of, I guess the way we look at it, you're still so far, maybe, I don't know what the percentage if you had to dig it up. So this is still far less than having to dig up, but going that extra effort to do the post video, you can catch a bad installation that could come back, so we feel it's necessary.
Yeah, but it's not your money. What percent in the past have you found?
What
to be,
percentage?
required?
It's very low. It is a very low percentage.
Less than 5?
I would probably say that's a good
So
guess.
why would you spend 12 or 13% to find 5%?
I guess because the magnitude of impact for that 3% or 4% that you find, that would be my response on that. Just the magnitude of if there was an issue, and you've spent this amount of money, I think it's
What percent of our running footage
Mhm.
is being repaired?
So we looked at over 15,000 feet is what I recall. I've got it at the front page here. We looked at 15,811 feet.
How many feet do we have?
And for repair that we recommended, I think we were right at 11,000, 11 or 12. So there's about 3,000 feet of it that's good. So there's about, it's 11.5 for liner, and then there's another 30 foot for point repair. So you're like 11.5 for 6.
Out of 15.
Correct, 15.8.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's almost all of it.
Right, it's now there's a ways you can just, this is how we structure.
By that.
Say again?
I'm just troubled by spending that much money.
Here's one thing I can add to that, because the way, I think it's, some of it's in the way you're looking at and the way we set this up. You could structure a contract where this is inclusive of the liner installation, because I think even the lining contractors are just, they do that every time. They want to check their work as well.
There you go.
So you structure your contract so it's not broken out separately, but it's in your linear foot cost. So instead of seeing like we're recommending a $39 a linear foot for 8-inch, if you made that all inclusive, they would just charge it. They would upcharge it to like 42.
Oh, I don't want to get upcharged for it.
But they're going to do it either way, is kind of what I'm saying. But there's a ways you can structure your contract to where
Without paying for it.
possibly.
No, I'm serious.
Right.
I mean, that just seems, that seem absurd to you that you would be spending that much money?
The only reason
to
it
check
doesn't
the
is
work that's been done?
Right. I think that's the only way you can see that, just because it's a trenchless technology. You don't have an inspector that can see the full installation. They can make sure the temperature's right. They can make sure the material matches what was approved, but you can't physically see if there's a wrinkle in that flow line that would hold and deposit something. You can't see that, or if a lateral, you can see it a little bit on, you know,
No,
when
I
they're cutting.
understand. I understand that. What kind of warranty comes with this work?
Typically you have I'd have to check the material, but it's standard workmanship. We usually see a year warranty for the contractor's workmanship on a project. But if there's a material warranty, I would need to check that. I can get that information to the town.
And if there is, let's assume it's 10 years,
Mhm.
pick a time. Let's assume there's a problem in 5 years.
Mhm.
How do they determine if it's the product or it's the workmanship?
I think what you would do is you would, certainly look at it. Maybe you have to hire somebody if it's after their year warranty period. Maybe you have to hire Shenandoah or one of your annual contractors to film that section. But if you find something's wrong with the installation, you would go back to that original contractor, or if it's a manufacturer warranty of the lining material, you would give that information to them. And I would recommend that you try to recoup your costs, even to, explore the issue. That's typically what we see. But you don't see a lot of warrant. I'm not familiar with any warranty returns on.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, that's what I like to hear. Right. Okay. Any other questions? Anybody? We're all good? Okay, thank you. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Do you want to stay up for those? We got another one, I think, that I'm going to be talking about.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay, so this next item is for the, our scope that we provided to the town for a risk and resiliency assessment.
Okay, that's the one on 412. by the way.
So again, I'd like to just give a little bit of background on this. On October 23rd, 2018, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, signed the America's Water Infrastructure Act into law, which is AWIA. This law requires all community water systems serving more than 3,300 people perform a risk and resilient assessment of their system. These risk and resilient assessments involve assessing the risks of every part of the water system from supply to distribution, including physical, cyber, and financial systems. Communities such as the town of Highland Beach, with a population served between 3,300 and 49,999, are required to submit certification of completion of an AWIA risk and resiliency assessment by June 30th, 2021. In addition, the consultant shall update the town's emergency response plan to include findings from the AWA risk and resiliency assessment. So we have provided a proposal to the town to perform these services. We've done this, City of Delray Beach, Town of Lantana, a few other municipalities. So we've submitted that to the town, and I'm here to answer any specific questions or give you any further background on that.
John? You know, I guess I would ask for a little more summary of what you're actually doing here for the $49,000 odd dollars.
That was my question.
And I mean,
Sure.
and the need for it, obviously.
So the need, I'll go backwards first. So the need is to comply with the AWA law and to try to comply with that before the deadline. But what that entails, and I can kind of give you just general, because everybody's system is going to be different. But basically, we do a system assessment, okay, of all of your public water infrastructure, your plant, all your equipment. We do an overview of that, including your network, your SCADA process. We identify all of your critical assets. We list then we do a risk and resilient assessment, and that's not my department, so I'm kind of just giving you the general of what it entails. But we do a risk and resilient assessment, what those threats might be to your system, where you're vulnerable, some of the consequences of those, risk if they were to, be acted on. And then we give some recommendations, and there's a plan that's kind of put in place and a conclusion with recommendation, but it's a report that we provide, and then that's submitted to this agency so that you're in compliance.
And we've never done anything like this before?
Marshall, you may be able to answer that better. I don't think.
There's never been a risk assessment of our water network, delivery network.
Not that complies with these requirements, which are new federal requirements. So, I mean, I trust me, I had the same concern when Pat first came to me, and I'm like, what are we doing now? But again, it's a series of federal requirements for verifying the system. So basically, the consultant's going to come in and basically look how we produce and distribute water. Every point of contact, every system and its interaction with the system, the condition, the age, the health, and then say, here are these vulnerabilities to attack. Whether it's a cyber security attack, what does that mean for the water? So everybody here drinks this water. So we have to make sure we have we identify where those vulnerabilities are. So we have a plan of attack in our CIP to begin to address them. And then when they're more complicated threats, how do we update our security? I don't think we have a lot of threats, but you have to go through this exercise. And then with every good, solid federal regulation comes a whole bunch of requirements that have to be followed. So basically the federal government's going to say, you got to follow this, you got to report to this, you got to answer this question. So basically you're following the CFR that basically says all these things you have to do. They stipulate how you have to do it and the mechanism which you have to do it. So you have to go through this federal exercise to make sure our system is secure. So we don't have a terrorist attack. Somebody can get into our water system, put poison in it, kill all the people. I mean, they're thinking of the worst case scenario. Well, where are those points of contacts? Are they protected? If they're not, how do we protect them? What things we need to look for? It's a relatively a big exercise that you have to follow. You have to, I believe there's like interviews where he's got to interview all the plant operators, got to interview.
They look at your operation and maintenance procedures, all of that, and identify where you could have risks. And that's the process. You explained it well.
And so for $50,000, we then can be certified not to be against Congress on this. I mean, it just seems to me that Congress has come up with a law. It might seem to make sense that we got to worry about all kinds of terrorist activities or just vulnerabilities in the system. But what if we don't do this? What if we hold off for a couple of years? What's our downside?
Yeah, I know that the requirement exists. I'm not sure how they enforce that. We can find that out, but.
And so then I would ask the question, do we have a belief that we have a vulnerable or a system that is vulnerable in more than one or two obvious points?
May Imagine if we didn't identify and we did, and we decided to say we're not going to pursue this, the risk exposure we're going to have as a community would be immense. Our insurers, because the federal government requires it, so all of our insurers of our infrastructure, the FIMIT that we get this trust, they want a copy. Where is that? What are we doing to make sure that what they're insuring, so our premiums go up? So it's a relatively complicated model, and I'm not like the expert or of any particularly experts on every single detail, but it all begins to tie together that if we don't do, we have a non-compliant water system for which we have $11 million in debt, for which we have to ensure that all of a sudden then, there's probably the state revolving fund, which is most of our debt is federally subsidized. I mean, there's a lot of things that.
It's also a really good idea to have a highly qualified third party take a look at it every 5 or 6 years or whatever the time frame is. Because, we're not always the smartest people in the room.
And
Not that we're not smart.
it's never been done before here.
Pardon me?
It's never been done before to have this kind of, because it's new.
Yeah, it started with the big system. It's moving down to the little systems.
It's I don't know enough about the market to know if it's worth 48,000 or 68,000 or 38,000.
These are, again, these are competitively bid
Yeah,
contracts.
no, I'm sure he's done his homework
So,
there.
no, I'm just saying, we didn't say, hey, Aaron, come over here. How much would it cost to do it? They had to follow the protocols in the contract that we approved. So they're approved contract. If you think about it, it's probably 375 hours of time. Now think about that. I mean, it's like 8 weeks. It's 2 months of one person working on this under contract rates. And there's a lot of steps and activities, reports.
But I, for one, would like to hear from a qualified third party about this kind of stuff, because I don't know anything about it.
I just, honestly, my reaction is, come on, this is just another bureaucratic step. We got to spend 50 grand to get a seal of safety. I mean, now, maybe that's a great thing. And I'm not saying I'm against having our water supply, reviewed and certified as being safe and from any vulnerability at all. Okay, and then we can go to our insurance companies and we're good, we're done. It's up to you now.
Well, I guess I can point to Delray.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Which we've done this for Delray. We just completed one.
A little late. Oh, all righty. Well, I had to challenge it. I mean, I'm
Nothing
concerned
wrong
about
with that.
spending 50 grand, period.
Sure.
And I'm willing to support this for sure, to give us that extra.
And I know that effort is here, and I've seen it these have top secret clearances, I even think, with these documents in Delray. The people that had to travel to just deliver this, nothing was sent online. There was chain of custody. There's a huge effort in this. It's the real deal. It's not something that's just.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Actually, it's the real deal.
I have a question. How did we come up with the $80,000 to include in our budget?
I got an assessment prior before the budget. I just made a few phone calls, see about what it would cost. So somebody just gave me a round figure and I plugged it in.
Okay, yeah, but so then this isn't unreasonable based on your previous information?
No, not at all.
And by the way, if you don't do it, your insurance may not cover you at all.
Right.
And if I can add, a lot of this has to do with the cyber end of it, because these towns that they've got into their computers and held them hostage. That's another thing they're looking for, that they can't get into our computer system at the water plant, hold us hostage. So that's one of the bigger parts of this, is the cyber side of it.
So why are you using SolarWinds then for this?
Excuse me?
Why are you using SolarWinds?
Right.
But a lot of it also has to do with places that have these massive reservoirs that are lakes, which are far more vulnerable than our little plant, because there's so many points of contact. And they are fine tuning this order to everybody.
Okay, I'm good.
Anything else?
I just want to remind everyone that a few years back, before Marshall arrived in town, we had not filed as a town a strategic plan with the state or a comp plan because of whatever reason. And so it's great to be on top of the plans and the reports that we owe to the state and the county. And I appreciate everyone's effort on this. Otherwise, I'm good with it. If Pat approves and Marshall thinks it's the real deal, I'm for it too. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work.
Okay. I have no comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We need a motion to accept this.
So I make a motion to accept the gravity sewer system CCTV inspections report and the Baxter and Woodman probable cost of $1,053,000. That's part one, or do we
Whoa,
do?
whoa, whoa,
No.
whoa, no.
So
No.
you're on C.
You're on
Yeah.
item 10C.
Well, do we
10C.
need a motion then for,
You proceeded beyond that one. You've already passed what you're talking about. You're on C.
okay,
Yeah, 10.
Approve and authorize the
11C.
town manager to execute task order number 19 in an amount of $48,956.92. Described herein by issuing a purchase requisition to Baxter and Woodman, Inc. Consultants for the Americans Water Infrastructure Act Risk and Resiliency Assessment Report and Emergency Response Plan Update.
That's
I
John's motion.
second it.
That's the first. You made the first?
He did the first, I'll do the second.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're almost there, guys and girls. We're on to item D, which is approval of the commission meeting minutes of November 17th. That's on page 424. Has anybody seen any difficulties with these minutes?
Nothing that jumped out at me.
I had a couple of comments.
Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Item page 425, item 6, public comments. I don't know if we need to include it, but it states Mr. John Ross gave comment, blah, blah, but it doesn't say what he said. Are we just leaving it that he made a comment, or are we supposed to just give a couple of phrases as to what the comment was? I'm just
We
wondering.
really do not need
Okay.
the details that are on
Okay,
here.
that's what I'm checking. And then further, further on at the very end. Oh, last page, 431. 1, 2, 3, fourth and third paragraphs from the bottom. I don't think they were clear. The town will, the fourth from the bottom, the town will save money and do this portion of the project, referring to embedded lights. But if we do the project, it doesn't save money. So I didn't understand that sentence.
I can remove it from the, I'll go back and listen to it and modify it.
Okay. And then the second from the bottom, if maybe Mayor Hillman could clarify, since it's his statement.
Oh, if
Mayor
we-
Hill. Yes, sir.
Please, if we go back to.
Oh, sure.
If the town will save money and do this portion of the project, is referring to the town doing the embedded lights, not FDOT. I think that's what that was about.
Yes, that's correct.
So it might be the wording that's the issue here.
Okay, right.
The manner in which it's worded.
Okay.
So.
Sure. Okey doke.
The town will save money by
If.
doing this portion of the project.
Yeah. If we do this portion of the
So
project.
if we just
Okay.
take out and we just put in by doing,
Okay,
I think that covers it.
that's,
I do,
okay,
yep.
that's what I was missing.
We okay with that?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now,
Next.
where were you? Next.
Next paragraph, if you go to Army Corps, it's CORPS, just to be specific. It's plural.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then the next paragraph.
Oh,
um,
about Mr. Pierce? About the
Yes, sir. I
votes?
was, that again, wasn't clear to me. It could be my brain, but he elaborated and stated that he would include a conversation on the height, putting in boats without flight bridges, as well as more up-to-date boats.
Good pickup. I read this and I didn't pick that up.
I didn't, I'd like to have an up-to-date boat. So just thought if we could clarify that.
Oh, I think
I
the
will-
more up-to-date votes referred to him not putting in junkers.
Oh, okay. This is in
Yeah,
your
but the-
community?
But the word flight isn't necessary.
Yes, the word
Okay, right.
flight Isn't necessary, but. yes.
Okay.
It's really
so-
closed bridges if we want to be really specific.
Okay, so we can,
Why don't we do that? Change the word from flight to closed.
Closed bridges.
okay. And then you mean more newer model boats?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, got it. So maybe we could change that to newer model?
So if it didn't say it on the record,
Uh-huh,
if it's not on the audio, because the audio is a permanent record now. If
okay.
it's not on the audio, you want me to include that on the minutes?
I think up to date is fine if you're.
Okay,
with
that's
it.
fine. I just, I didn't understand the content. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
one more at the very top of that page. This is Ariel the mermaid, and I think the correct spelling would be Aerial.
Good for you.
Yes.
That's other one is Little Mermaid. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, got it. Any
Got it.
more?
I didn't circle that, but she's right.
Everybody else good?
Ariel is a name.
Yeah, I got a few, but I'll work with you, just kind of, I don't know what positive reception of an objection letter is, so.
Oh,
It
we
Says,
didn't discuss that.
he updated the town commission on the positive reception of the objection letter sent to Delray Beach. I don't know that there are positive reception on that. I just know that we discussed it.
Right.
So I'll work with you just to take out, there's a couple of unnecessary words in there. It's almost like you wanted to do it as a bullet point on all the topics I covered.
Okay,
That might have been a better approach to it.
okay. Thank you.
We'll leave it to you and agree with whatever you come
Yeah.
up with.
So we're good on that?
All good? Need a motion?
I make the motion to accept the minutes of November 17th, 2020 commission meeting with amended few minor changes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and now.
We never did discuss sending the letter to the gentleman who missed 3 consecutive meetings of a board.
Well, that was the certification at the top. And we did already send the letter. We was just bringing it to the commission to make you all aware.
Yeah.
Because that was the resolution, it's directing the
All right,
clerk.
I have a question. Were there Zoom meetings available that he missed?
Yes, but he.
Okay, because if there weren't Zoom meetings and he was quarantined, then he couldn't attend, and that shouldn't be held against him.
No, but he could have been notified.
But if there was Zoom that he could have participated in, then absolutely.
Yeah, via Zoom,
j-
yeah, for
Right.
sure.
Mr. Tertan, he had expressed that he was going to resign, but he never sent in a letter. He
Okay.
verbalized that, but we always emailed him, letting him know there's a meeting, kept him in the loop with agenda packets, but he would never respond.
Okay, that's
And we
fine.
asked him to send a letter. He never
Yeah,
provided anything.
Did the
that's
best
fine.
we could.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, on to commission comments.
Oh, you have your
No, you have
item that
agenda
you
docs.
added on there. the
What did I
Your
miss?
discussion
added agenda
on the
items?
agenda
Oh, I'm
documents
sorry,
given
of
to
course I
commission.
did.
Your,
That was my comment and I went right over it.
yeah, it was
This
your
is-
ad.
This is my ad. These are the documents that are provided for the commissioners, both the documents themselves as well as the timing of those documents. So why don't we hit the timing first?
Yes, sir, thank you. I know Linelda and I tried to get together a couple of times over breaks, but you all had stated that I should get with her and offer some better deadlines for the agenda
Right.
items. And I'm just saying, I know we are all so committed to sorting out everything in town that needs sorted out. And if we have a meeting on a Tuesday and then we have a deadline on the Friday following, that's just 2 business days to get together any agenda item that we might want or follow up to our different topics. So I was suggesting if we could push that over to the following Monday, which gives us 4 days and to get it into Linelda, which would be a 6-day. You understand what I'm saying? Her initial, here I have it right here. Her initial deadlines were like 2 and 3 weeks ahead of a meeting to provide agenda topics, but that doesn't always work well for us. If we could just state the Monday prior to, in other words, 8 days in advance of a commission meeting, we provide what we would like to have on the agenda.
Does that give you?
Would that
sufficient
work
time?
all right with you? Otherwise, 2 days just wasn't working. And then
I hear you.
we've got some big items here and some important items.
So you want to change the due date?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
what
The
you're
due
saying?
date would be the Monday, 8 days before the next meeting.
So,
Two Mondays in advance
Yes,
of the
sir.
Tuesday meeting.
That gives us,
Topics or materials?
yeah, that's what topics or materials.
It's 2 different things.
well,
Yeah.
Linelda's very good about working, at least in my experience, if I had something that needed to be added at the last 3 or 4 days, a picture or photos or whatever. Many of my data I've provided to you all was provided in years past anyway, and we pull it up. I'm open to suggestion. It's just that 2-day window wasn't very workable.
And so right now it's the Friday and you want to move Friday to Monday.
Yes, sir.
So
What does that do from a administration standpoint?
Sure.
Personally, okay with me.
So
I don't
when-
have to provide it.
I mean, sooner if possible, certainly by a day or 2 if possible.
But I agree with Marshall, there's a difference between having to reproduce paperwork as opposed to just putting it in as agenda item.
Sure,
Right.
understand.
And doing research. et
Right,
cetera.
Right.
yeah, so because that adds to the administrative end as opposed to just putting it in
Of
addition.
course, I understand.
So
Sure.
we need,
No.
I think we need to.
We have to look to,
distinguish that.
I gotta look
Yes,
to
of
Marshall.
course.
From
We've
my
had-
standpoint's fine.
We've had a lot of internal discussions on timing. It's a ripe conversation. It's not so much the topic. Adding a topic's easy. I want to discuss X. Okay. It's getting all of the materials in time because the clerk's office needs at least the Friday before the Tuesday meeting, the whole Friday, to put together the packets, make sure it's assembled, get all that stuff out. So staff, we're pushing staff that they have to have their things in the week prior. So we have a whole week to begin to add it in because I'm dropping in, I tend to drop things in late because we're trying to move items through quickly. So we have to be careful, and it really gets to stuff like the water sewer. I was getting you stuff today because working with the consultant, reviewing their products, getting it to them, we can't turn things around like overnight. There is a process that takes time for us to vet it, get it, cure it, distribute it. It's a public record once we get it. How we process a public record, we need a little bit of time. We just got to be careful saying, hey, I'm going to call Linelda. We can all make that commitment to Linelda today. I'm going to start with her, that we don't call her on Friday morning and say, I want to add these 3 things, assemble it for me, get it out the door, pack it. It's not fair to her and her
Okay.
staff to basically give her one on-the-spot notice and hurry up and put it all together.
Got an idea.
Yeah.
Following up with your request.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
If it's an agenda item with no supporting documentation, it's okay to move it to
Yeah.
the next Monday. If it requires any supporting documentation, has to stay where it is.
Or I would just, depending on what it is, because I don't know what the issue is that we're going to project
No,
out.
this way you don't have to decide on each one. We have
I
a
find that
simple rule.
staff is supporting you all, which we're bound to do. So you
Which
might
is
say, I
good.
want this and I want these things added. I want to put this together. Here's my memo, put it in the right format, assemble it, bring it back to me. We can't do that quick. When I say quick, I mean, we need
No,
a
but this way
couple
we
of
have,
days.
we have a clear delineation.
Yeah.
If you have an idea and you come up with great ones, you want to add an item, as long as there's no supporting documentation for it, it can be added on that Monday. Otherwise, it stays to the previous.
Sure. With some of these dates, we're 2 and 3 weeks in advance.
Yeah,
For
I mean,
example,
that's too
February
much.
2nd had us needing to get it to her on January 14th. That's more than 2 weeks. That's 2.5, 3 weeks.
Too much.
Like I
That's too
explained,
big a lead time.
No,
which is fine, but like I explained, I had weekends aren't included, neither was holidays. So I didn't count those in when I was coming up with that. because
Understood. You had
sometimes
mentioned that.
People take vacations and things
Well,
of
so-
that nature. And not only that,
And we're thin. We're thin-staffed.
Yeah.
So understood.
Yeah, and Linelda has been great about getting
Oh, yeah.
these documents to us the Friday before a
Yes.
meeting. So we actually have time to review them, as opposed to I was watching meetings where they were handed the information while sitting on the dais, and they were voting on things they had no way of actually reviewing.
No, I used to sit there and see you receive something and you're going to have to discuss it.
Right, so getting it the weekend before is great. And even getting it the day before is too late.
No.
Because it doesn't give you time to digest anything that you've been given.
Okay, so are we good with that? Okay, you're going to like what I'm going to say now.
Me,
You
Linda.
and your staff.
electronic,
Moving on to the materials.
electronic.
I think that this is way more than necessary because when this becomes available, it's also available on the website. You can go right to the agenda and all of this is there.
Mhm.
Now, this week is a bit of an anomaly because we had the very big report, but it also gives me an opportunity to make my point. Okay. In my opinion, there was no need for all of us to get that report. I don't know, this was 450 pages or 440, whatever it was. So you had to make and distribute 2,500 pages. I think that reports like that, I don't need it. I can just go to the website and look at any part of that report that I want. An executive summary of it is all I need. If anybody wants a hard copy, they can come to the town hall or call and request one. Some people have paper or like to have the files so they can go to it. Some don't. So no problem if anybody wants the hard copy, So I think that one needs to take a look at what they are copying and distributing. And if Marshall can help, or you can call me and I can help on what needs to be copied and distributed and what can just a little note refer, in the package, refer to website for details. Okay. I think that will, one, save us a couple of nickels on paper. It'll definitely save some trees, which is a good thing. Okay. But it might cut down a little bit on the time required for all of it, because there's no way I'm sure any of us went through all the details of all of this. The same thing with the water study that you were questioning, John. I'm sure you didn't go through every page because there's no way that you could understand all the details of all of that. I certainly didn't. So I don't think we need all of that.
Okay.
Okay?
Now, that's the purpose of the Muni Code, the paperless agenda.
That's right.
product.
It's on
That
on
is-
the website.
That is
yeah.
the purpose.
Yeah,
of-
exactly. I mean, we're digitized. Let's take advantage of it.
Yeah, but we just have to be careful that we don't eliminate too much.
Agreed.
Because then you run into a different problem where you're voting on things and it can be brought up, well, you didn't really look at the information. You didn't have all the information.
Well, what we're doing, what I'm suggesting is we're taking on the responsibility ourselves now
We're looking at it.
to go through it in detail ourselves. And again,
Okay.
if we want a hard copy, all we do is say, I want a hard copy. I'm going to stop by Monday afternoon, pick it up. Okay.
Yes.
I have to tell you honestly, I go through all of it online
Yeah.
because I
do.
can make the print larger. It's just easier for me. Okay. And then I put my notes in here before I come. But everybody has their own style. That's all.
So a couple suggestions.
Please.
And at least this is an anomaly, I would agree. I wasn't able to come over here on a Friday, so I came in on Monday. I literally came in to get the package, and I sat down in the office and I spent 2 hours just on the water information. And then I got to this 400 page pack. I says, holy mackerel,
No
this
way.
is impossible. So I would suggest that when it comes to something like anything more than 25 pages, if there's some pricing in there that we have to approve, if, something that's obviously the culmination of that report, whether it's a 2 or 3 page summary, just give me the 3 or 4 pages and that's it, not the 400 pages. And then I'll use that in the dais here as I go through to, guide me in the conversation. The other thing is, it is important that, we get the information at least on the cover sheets and 2 or 3 pages, but I don't really need anything more than that, except again, charts, prices, or a summary table, like maybe a last minute presentation that somebody came in with 4 pages. Okay, great.
Yeah,
But other
let's-
than that, I'll print it out.
Oh, but let's
What I
not
need.
oversimplify. Some of the stuff we need all the data. Perfect example
The
is
price.
is the water.
Yeah.
Water. and
Had
We
to
needed
do that.
all that data. You're going to need all the data when we get to the fire rescue.
That's going to be. a big one.
You're not going to get an executive summary. You're going to get every piece of information we have. Okay, that kind of stuff, we need it all, and we got to dig into it. So, we'll just have to make the right.
But with the fire rescue as an example, we also don't want to get that pile on Monday. If it's going to be entered in a computer as well, and we should have hard copy, then at least we can do both.
Yeah. So I think our point is clear. And if you have any questions at all, ask Marshall.
And the point of this is to make it easier on you and your
On
crew.
everybody.
And you are, and I appreciate that. But you all have a nice laptop you can use and access it while you're in the meeting.
Exactly.
That's why we went to
Yeah, yeah.
laptops
Yeah.
too.
Well, with price, for me, with spreadsheets, I just soon have it laid out with me. That's why.
I get it. We'll make sure. you
Spreadsheets
get
are a
what you
different
need.
animal.
Well, what happens, just so you understand, most of the time, when most people are working with hard data, you're making notes on it as you're going, like you're circling things and what.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
here's a page. See?
We'll-
That's why you want the hard data.
We'll make sure you get what you need.
Oh, absolutely. I know you will.
But it
Okay.
doesn't have to
Thank
be
you.
everything.
All right. Are we done with that discussion?
Very good.
Okay, let's move. Now we can move on to commissioner comments, reports, what have you. John, back to you.
None.
None. Great. Evelyn,
None.
excellent.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, I do
Oops.
have one.
Now Jesus, I almost got through.
Glenn, we were talking about spending $1 million plus on repairing and cleaning our sewer system. We have a $350,000 cap on capital expenditures. Now, can doing the sewer system fall under maintenance, or do we have to have a referendum for that?
We'll need a referendum. If you want to do it all at once, it'd be safe, it's clean. If the community doesn't buy it, that we need to fix it, then, we got bigger issues.
Yeah.
They'll buy it, we'll sell it. It won't be a big deal. It's the right thing to do. When it's the right thing to do, people will vote for it.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Confirm.
Thank you.
Peg,
Thank-
all yours.
Thank you. That was brilliant. I was going to bring that up. 2 quick things. Margarita, her name escapes me, who addressed the issues of manatees, boat speeds, intercoastal problems.
Oh, yeah.
That whole issue has been addressed multiple times in the past. But I wanted to state that I'm sure all of us down the road can take another look at the issues. For example, we don't have any control over the waterway or the speeds. We don't have a police boat, though I asked Chief Hartman about that back in 2017. Do we want one? So we can look into all of that down the road. However, we have very limited capability of monitoring it. I just wanted to make that statement. And secondly, I just wanted to show what my daughter got me for Christmas because it is just so cute. It is an artist rendering of Highland Beach with our little yellow boat in the background. I just thought it was very cute and thoughtful, and I wanted to share it just to finish the holidays.
That's terrific.
A friend of hers rendered.
Very nice.
And thank you for everyone's hard work, and we'll have a very successful 2021.
Absolutely. I have only one thing, and that is, it's now January. We're on to the new year. He's looking at me because he knows what I'm going to ask him. Is it time to start thinking about putting a committee together for our charter review?
Yeah, I think we can start that, maybe not right away. But yeah, very close. I got a couple other strategic planning items that were, I think, slightly ahead that I've got queued up. I want to get those out the door to you all, and then that'll be the next piece. But I think very shortly, and we can deploy a process, or maybe we start having the discussion of the process we want to follow. Maybe it'll probably take us a couple of months through our meetings, so it doesn't become a 3-hour topic. We spend a little time in the next handful of meetings to say, how do we want to handle it, and kind of go over what we did historically. And
So should we put it on the agenda for a discussion next meeting?
maybe somewhere in February. How about that?
Okay.
I think we got a couple others. We got to kind of get off center. That'll take up a little bit of our time, but
Long as, long as we get it on the schedule.
Yep. Yes.
A little pushy.
Hey, got it. It's in the strategic plan. It's coming. So I'm using that as my guide. So that's kind of where staff.
That's exactly what it's for. Excellent. Okay. I don't have anything else. Anybody? Let's go over here to our attorney. Glenn, how are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone. Hope you all had a great New Year so far. My only news is you all know Len Rubin, and we've jointly represented the town for many years, and we finally tied the knot. And so Len has joined the firm. So the firm will be now Torcivia, Donlin, Godot, and Rubin.
Very nice. Very nice. Congratulate him for us.
I will. Thank you.
Excellent. Anything else?
That's about it. Just continue to be safe. And, you know, you've talked about the vaccines already. I think we're all about the same knowledge level there, just learning more every day.
Yes. Oh, there was one thing that I forgot to add. I had made a note and I forgot to read my note. The progress with Pierce and his boat slips. We have agreed on everything with one exception, and that is the height of the boats. We offered 15 feet. He wants 18 feet. I moved to 16 feet and said, that's it. Take it or leave it. We have agreed to 65 foot as the maximum length of the boat. We agreed to sailboats. Quite honestly, I didn't even think of sailboats. So sailboats are fine, as long as they don't put the sail up, obviously. So we agreed on everything with the exception of height. We're now 2 feet away. Greg had been very helpful through Marshall's efforts on the proper nomenclature to describe these boats. I have sent pictures on what types of boats are acceptable versus which ones aren't in terms of the helms, and what types of fly bridges are okay versus which ones aren't, you know, like tuna towers. I'm talking to a boater. That's why I keep looking here. You're a boater also. As long as the superstructures are open. So we showed many open superstructures versus a closed one. And his attorney is in agreement. He says, I just got to get Pierce to agree. So that's where it stands. He's a difficult guy to get to finally agree, because he changes his mind every time you talk to him, which I think is premeditated, quite honestly. But that's where we are. Hopefully the next meeting, I can tell you we have a deal. Keep fingers crossed. Sorry I didn't report that earlier. Over to you, Marshall.
Okay, we talked about vaccines, so just stay tuned. I'll keep you posted. Every time I get something, you'll be the next to know what kind of decisions and what kind of help I'll need. I'll probably have to rely on you guys for the help part, moving things along or getting some understanding in the political body, maybe at the county. We just don't know yet. Maybe tomorrow they'll be all on the same page. But if they don't, I'll ask for some support, some phone calls from y'all to kind of push them in a direction. I sent you the draft descriptive profile fire services step 1. So you guys have that. Again, it's draft, needs a little bit of work, but you got that in place. So we're moving forward in that process. We still have a couple more weeks before we start seeing the next steps, if you will, and what that looks like. Building department, I gave you the report, sent that to you via email. So you guys have the building, like how many permits were issued, inspections, things of that nature. We welcomed Michael O as our new lieutenant to the police department. Again, he joins us from Lighthouse Point. So we're basically at our full complement in the command staff, which is good. Chief Hartman can use a little bit of rest and have a number 2 kind of groomed into helping move the operations along. But again, he's been with Lighthouse Point for 30 years. He graduated from the FBI National Academy, and he was the number 2 in command at Lighthouse for the last 15 years. Great guy. So we welcome him to the family here this week. Finance, we got Matt back. We're still 1 short, but Matt's getting his feet under him, and we're taking off on that. With the finance, we're doing the financial system rollout here at the end of the month. So we're changing over all of our financial systems. So once we get to the end of the month, we're going to be all hands on deck, kind of changing over all our financial systems. So bear with us a little bit when, hey, what's up with this or that? And it's coming out of the finance department. It could be a little bit slow as we kind of put the new system in and we're all learning how we do all that. Communication plan has been drafted by our communication team. That was Lois, and Teresa did a wonderful job. Beautiful, beautiful document. I'm thoroughly impressed. I think you guys will be impressed, and we'll have a communication plan that shows that. There are some elements to it once we get it out the door that we may have to look at. If we want to make a full commitment to communications, maybe we have to make that full commitment. Maybe have to bring in some resources to help us. Crosswalks, again, you see them they're putting in the landings. Hopefully once the concrete done's and they set the new truncated domes, they do have our logo in them. They're really cool looking. So take a moment to take a look at those. Storage tanks completed. So you see it on both sides. The tower is fully logoed, if you will.
Yeah, it made the coastal star even.
Yeah. And because of the hour, that's kind of a lot, but you know, we're all moving forward, and you know, stay tuned with and everybody at home, stay tuned. Vaccines, everybody, we're gonna get there. This is hopefully the last stage of this pandemic in some case, and most of you watching or in our community, again, is a little bit in the older sector, so you will be first up. So let's just hope supply is driven up here shortly. So that's it.
Great. Anybody have anything else for end? Okay, we will adjourn at 6:09. Thank you all.